Hello. Looks like we're live, although... Oh wait, shoot. I must have my stream open somewhere. Alright, let me turn that off. Okay. We're no longer doubling. How's it going? It's been a long week for me. Today is... Oh, it's April 20th, 2019. Happy 420, I guess, guys. Let's see. What do I have to recap for this week? So I didn't get to stream this week during the week for a couple of reasons. Let's see. On Monday, I was climbing, so I wasn't at a computer after work. On Tuesday, what was Tuesday? Oh, Tuesday I did some teaching with my brother. What did we go over? I forget. Let's see. I want to say it was dictionaries, or maybe we just worked on a project. Let's see. 6 days ago, that would have been... No, that would have been Sunday, so it must have been this one. Where we talked about, like, recreating a Git repo. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Mika LMX2. We talked about creating a Git repo from a folder that already existed. And we did this because I've been having him work through some programming projects. Basically stuff that I was teaching in Intro to Programming, and I've been adapting them for... Yep, I remember to turn the bot on today. Some days I forget. And I've been teaching him some projects from older stuff and porting it to Python so that he can do the projects in Python. And I realized that we were just programming in a folder, and we could have put them onto GitHub, and so I showed him how to make a Git repo from that. He is 2 years younger than me, so he's 25, just turned 26 a couple days ago. But he's looking for a new career start, basically, and so I'm happy to teach him, and he's a quick learner, so it's going pretty well. Unfortunately, his computer like completely crashed, and so he's not gonna be able to do much programming before he sets it up on his other machine. I was actually maybe going to do that with him on stream today, but he's having trouble with his microphone, so we'll see if that happens. If it doesn't, whatever. But if it does, it'd be kind of neat to show how I set up my virtual machines, and therefore how he sets his up as well. My voice is also kind of gone, which is not great. I went out to karaoke last night with a friend from out of town who is our coworker from out of town who is visiting. How about buying him a new PC for his birthday? I mean, he already has 2 computers. I think on his Mac the display just died, and so he's gonna... I think he has the insurance, so he'll get a new computer out of that. Although I think he just sent it in like not too long ago for the same thing. But yeah, he has plenty of machines. I mean, if he wanted a new computer, I would get one for him, but he would just have to ask. But yeah, that's kind of been my recap for the week. On Wednesday, when I usually stream, what was I doing? Oh, I was gonna have dinner with a friend, but then they got pulled into like a incident and all that shenanigans. I'm using Windows 10 with a virtual machine. Yes, that is correct. So yeah, Wednesday got pulled into an incident. Your friend got pulled into an incident. Thursday, I went out drinking, and Friday I went out karaokeing. So that's what that is. Oh, looks like my brother has his mic working, so maybe we can walk through that. Let me open up. Oh, that's gonna be loud. Sorry about that. I'm calling him on Hangouts, so we'll see what's up. Hello?
Hold on a second.
Oh, you're going through those speakers. Let me adjust this so it shows up on the stream. We should also... Yeah, I can hear you. How do I do this? Let's see. Speakers. Oh, I have so many choices. Headset? Talk again, Daniel?
Hello, hello?
Okay, let me see if the stream can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Let's see. Wait a sec. Alright, talk.
Hello? Can you hear me, stream? Hello.
Yeah, you're gonna be really quiet. Let me
Need to be
adjust the sound.
okay. Look, I can change my gain.
Let me turn you up and turn the music down. Try talking again.
Is this better?
Yeah, you peak a little bit, but I think that'll work.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't have my pop filter, so
It's fine. So here's my brother's computer.
Oh, well, this is my Windows.
Yeah, so let's
the store because it's broken.
hold on, let me turn up the volume so I can hear you too. Alright, talk again.
Okay, yeah, so this is my Windows machine. Ooh.
You're still very quiet.
Oh, do I have to turn it back up now?
Yeah, be louder.
Okay. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
now you're very loud. Okay, talk.
Game is so tricky. Okay,
Okay.
This is my Windows machine.
I think we're good.
Okay, my Mac decided to die on me yesterday. The main board died. So, I'm on my Windows machine, which I usually don't use, but this is a powerhouse. Not as much as Anthony's, but it's pretty good for like 8 years old. I know, right?
Cool. So let's go through setting up a virtual machine so
Yeah,
that
'cause
you
I
can
don't know how
actually
to
get
program
started
it.
with programming again.
Let's do that. Okay.
So the first step that I usually have you do is go download VirtualBox because that's what we'll be using, or at least that's the one I'm familiar with. So it's easy to go from there.
I guess that's this.
Yep, I'm actually running VirtualBox 5, but let's go with VirtualBox 6 just because that's what we did before and it worked pretty fine.
I guess we do Windows host.
Yep. Yep, you are running Windows on your host. I'm just asking in chat whether the audio levels got fixed or not. Because
I have no idea what's going on.
yeah. I mean, I can kind of hear you, and my mixer says that you're about in the range where people should be able to hear you.
I mean, we're obviously able to communicate, so you can hear me definitely.
Yeah, you're still really quiet though.
It's cause I
Okay,
don't know.
that's better. I've adjusted the gain.
Okay.
It's gonna be all messed up when I go back to playing music again because I don't remember what my original settings were.
Sorry.
But that's fine. Okay, so while that's installing, you'll want to go to what is the website? Just search for Ubuntu Desktop, and then download from there.
Ubuntu Desktop.
Yeah, it should take you to this page. You have it already. Okay. And we'll have to set up all your dot files again and get Vim working.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bitch. What should I get? This one or the other one?
You want the LTS, at least for now. I run LTS as well because it's a bit more stable. I mean, you don't get nice new things, but it at least works. Yeah, you can just smash next through that setup.
Are you sure? Do you want me to put it in my? Because I have a very small SSD. Should it go on my SSD or one of my big HH or hard disk drives?
It doesn't matter. You can put it wherever. Yoav asks, what is LTS? LTS is long-term support. And so what Ubuntu does is they have like stable releases and unstable releases. And the stable releases they support for like 4 years, 5 years, something like that. Let's see. 2019 and 1404 just became end of life, so 5 years, I think. Let's see, yeah. So the bold ones are the current LTS supported ones, and 1404 was just end of life. And 1904 is their like intermediate release, which has a really cool name. Like Disco is such a cool name, but unfortunately it'll be lost on a a release that's just temporary. I mean, Yakety and Zesty were also lost on non-LTS releases. But I tend to use them because they're more stable and the packaging situation is more ironed out, I guess. I have run in the past non-LTS releases and it works alright. It's just much easier to be stable with those. Cool, so that's looks like that's downloading for you. You will have to set up new SSH keys again as well, so we'll walk through that step as well. But yeah, once that ISO finishes downloading, you should be able to start. Well, actually, you can probably start clicking the new button right now and start walking through that. And so here, we named it Ubuntu 64 last time with no spaces, just so that it knew what's up. How much storage does the VM use? It depends. So I'll probably, well, you have an extra large drive, right?
My SSD is very small.
But you have a secondary drive that has space, right?
I have HHDs that are huge. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Or HDDs.
So then we'll configure the memory. I usually suggest at a minimum. So you have what, 16 gigs on your computer? Or what's your total memory size?
Let's find out.
You can do like Windows key system, I think. No. No, you can't. Control-Shift-Escape will open up performance, and from there you can see your memory size. And click the performance tab. Okay, you have 24 gigs of RAM. Okay, so you can probably get away with assigning like 6 gigabytes of RAM to your virtual machine. I don't even know what mine is configured for. Machine settings. Oh, I have 8 gigs assigned to mine, but also have a little bit more memory.
I can't do math in my head.
Let's see. 1024 times 6 is 6144. There you go. Yeah, and we'll create a virtual disk. I usually give the disk... so 10 gigs is way too small, in my opinion. What did I give mine? I gave mine 40. Where did that go? So yeah, you'll do create a virtual hard disk now. Yep. And that's fine. Go to next. Let's see if I can make this bigger, so you guys can see this better, because it's really, really small. Yeah, so I usually do fixed size because it'll be faster. I zoom. Zooming in makes it smaller. Great. So I usually set that to 40. And you'll also change the location of it so that it ends up on your secondary drive.
Or one of my secondary drives.
Yeah, so click on that folder.
Let's see here. This PC. Probably this one.
Sure. And I would just make like a top level folder that's like VMs, and then inside that, so you can go to new folder. Yep. And then click save, I think. Actually, no, make another new folder inside of that, sorry.
What's it gotta be called?
Yeah, make a folder called Ubuntu 64.
Oh.
Doo-doo. Yep, that looks good. And then do save. Okay, that looks good. Why is that grayed out? Oh, you need to type GB on the end. There you go. And this will take a while because creating a fixed size disk requires it to write a bunch of metadata and stuff up front. This is like one of the disadvantages versus a a variable size disk, because a variable size disk will just write the minimum metadata and resize as needed. But for this, we can get away with, or we can pre-allocate the fixed size disk so it'll be faster later on. It doesn't make that much of a difference, but sometimes it's noticeable, and so that's why I usually set it up that way.
Five minutes. Oh boy.
Say it again?
I said 5 minutes. Oh boy.
Yeah, it could be worse.
What else can we do in the meantime?
Yeah, when I set up like Windows virtual machines, it takes way longer because they need a way bigger disk. So sometimes that can be like a half-hour task. Oh, and while this is going, you can install Git for Windows as well in case you want to do some Git work outside of virtual machine.
Like on the desktop?
Yeah, so you can go to like, I think you just type Git for Windows.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna do it in a different tab. Nope.
Sorry about the dings, I'm making it so I can hear my brother.
This.
Yep, but you don't need to get it from GitHub, you can just go to their website. So the first link was fine.
This?
Yep, and then you want the 64-bit setup for Windows. Yep.
Oh, oops.
You downloaded it a couple of times there.
I'm gonna get rid of. It's the newest one. That's the question.
It doesn't matter. They're all the same. You can just click on any of them. Yep, you can run that. Norton tells you that Git is safe.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Norton. It just kind of does.
Yeah.
It works. That's
See, I've gone back and forth on virus scanners. I don't run one myself because I feel like my browsing habits are safe enough that it isn't really an issue. You don't need the icons for this. It's not going to be super useful.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. Then you can do next and next. And so this is where you get to choose your editor. Vim can be hard to use. I usually select the third option, even though it has a warning. Mostly because I like to be able to use like ls and stuff inside of the Windows prompt. I also pick that option, so you can do next. And I usually do the third option. Yeah. And then, yep, next. And then I usually check the third box too. And Windows symbolic links can pose some security problems because they haven't really been... They've been part of the platform, but haven't been, I don't know, like sussed out well enough. And so sometimes it's suggested to disable symlinks. Yoab says, I've been using Vim for about 2 years now, mostly because I can't figure out how to exit it. That's pretty good. This stream usually makes fun of me because I use Nano, which is why I'm teaching you to use Vim instead.
Yes.
I wonder if I can make this bigger and show less of the useless stuff. I also can't see anymore. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm trying to make your screen show up better on stream.
You want me to go like this, and then you can only do this.
Yeah, the problem with that is... I guess that's a little bit better. Yeah, the problem is your screen is very large, and so it doesn't go well on stream.
28 inches.
But
it's an old monitor too. This is 8 years. This is the original monitor.
Yeah, but it was a pretty good screen, and it's lasted you well.
It hasn't. I haven't punched it yet.
Yet.
Wait, why am I opening an HTML file?
What did you click on? Just cancel. Oh, you forgot to uncheck the box. Yeah, just press escape. There you go. VirtualBox should be done now. Theory. Nope. Holy shit.
You're incorrect.
That's gonna take forever. Because it's definitely been. Surely it's been 4 minutes, right? Okay, so while that's running, I'm gonna write some code. What was it? So there was this. So I have a chatbot that I use for my stream, and it has a couple of commands right now, which you can see here. So right now it has uptime, it has oh hi, which says hello back, and if you say ping to it, it'll reply with pong. But that's it. That's all the commands that it has right now. And I was reminded of a chat command that that I had while working at Yelp. And the basics behind it were if you said, well, the chatbot was called Marley, so you would say Marley but, and it would reply with an ASCII but. I don't remember how it looked, something like this. But if you had more U's, it would make the butt wider. But and I want to see if I can easily re-implement that. I think it should be pretty straightforward, given the bot framework that I wrote before. Because the basics were this handle message decorator and then writing a command for it. I think it's as simple as just doing this handle message, and then capturing as many U's as possible. But the trick here is knowing how many U's there are and then adjusting the number of spaces for that. And I think it's as simple as count, but I forget how this works. So we're gonna use the debugger and look at this. So this requires me. Oh, I'm juggling windows. Where's the chat window? No, here we go. So if we type out our but command here, we get to our breakpoint. Match.group1. No. Why is it group 4? That's weird, because this was group 1. These are the other parts. What is going on here? How does this one work? I guess I could make it a named match instead of this, and oh, this is handler, but this is handle message. I see. What was the difference between those? Handle message. Oh, this is for the IRC command ping and not the message ping. So what is it? P. I think this allows me to have a named capture. Let's try that. Nope, not chat again. Match.group use. Okay, that works. So we want like the number of spaces times the length of that use. Match.group use. Actually, I think I can just do this. Does that work? Yeah. So I think that implements this. Just something quick to do while I'm waiting for that drive to format.
It's done.
It's done? It's done? Okay, well then I'm almost...
I'll wait. It's okay.
Oh, we can't have spaces in Twitch chat? That's annoying. Let's see if I can get like non-breaking space. Non-breaking space... Unicode. XAO. Spaces. Super mature chat plugin here. Alright, let's try with non-breaking space, see if that works. Dang it! That's so annoying. Okay, never mind. This is a bad idea. It doesn't work. Oh well. It was worth a shot. Anyway, that's how easy it is to add a command if it worked. This would work with IRC that supports non-breaking space, but doesn't work with Twitch chat, unfortunately. Anyway, let me get this back to where I can see you again. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the... Yeah, you'll want to open up that ISO.
Because it's in my downloads right now.
It's only needed temporarily. It'll...
Oh, really?
It's only needed during setup.
Okay.
So you'll open that up, and that'll start the installation. Yes, and you'll remember that resizing that window doesn't make a difference until we actually install the guest editions so that it works.
Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot.
But oh well, this part of the setup is kind of a hurry up and wait situation. So this is where we talked a lot about how different operating systems are set up and like how Windows differs from Mac OS and like how the BSD family of things is different than the Linux family of things. Yeah, and actually your notes talk about LTS, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're installing 1804, which was released in 2018. But it's the stable release, so that's why we're doing it.
Bionic Beaver.
Mega Bidoof.
Let's see what's here.
Has it started? Kind of.
Doing something.
Yeah, the first startup takes a while. Also because, wait, does your Mac have SSDs or is it spinning media also?
SSDs in the Mac.
Okay, so this will be slower.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? I guess.
I mean, I could update them. I could get new hard disk drives, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to wait for the price to drop. And I feel like I want to replace it. I would just like add it because I think I have space.
Yeah.
Might have space.
Someone in chat is suggesting a different Unicode character that might work fine. So I'm gonna try that for my butt plugin. Butt plugin.
Amazing.
That was unintentional, but let's see, was it 2007? Figure space. Worth a try, I guess. Okay, let's try that. Nope. It must know somehow, because I bet even if I copy and paste this, it's not gonna display correctly. That's disappointing, Twitch chat. Why would you do this? You could try like every single white space character. Yeah, it doesn't work. Dang it. Space characters, Unicode. Unicode spaces. Here we go. Alright, M space. What is mutton? N space is a nut. I don't know what that means.
Do I want third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware?
I usually check that box, yes. I also check the minimal installation.
Okay.
Yep. Alright, so what was the space we just tried? We just tried 2007, so let's try 2003. I'm gonna minimize you for a second, and you. This chat can put right there. The input is probably run through a filter that compresses any sequence of space characters into just one space. It's probably from a generic library which includes all space characters. Yeah, that's probably true. At least that at least makes sense. But maybe they forgot a space character, so I figure we could try all of them. They did not forget this one. Actually, let's just we could try all of them at once, maybe. Where is this?
Quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the installation type, which one do I want to choose?
You want the top one, yeah. The default one.
Okay.
Yep. And did it already ask you your like username and stuff?
It has not yet.
Okay, maybe that's next then. Continue. Interesting. It emulates it as SCSI, which is like kind of an old technology for discs, although it's probably the easiest one to emulate for VirtualBox, so they do that. Detroit. Close enough. Yeah, not gonna. It's not like you're gonna type in Oxford there. Oh, I guess you're in Lapeer, right?
Yeah, I am in Lapeer. Full name or just first
I usually set. Yeah, that's what we did before.
name?
And then I'll let you choose a password. Oh, I guess I can do code reviews while this is happening. Is that running? I hear the dog barking in the background.
Yeah, that would be my dog and my mom's dog. They like to play fight all the time, all day, nonstop. Beagles, by the way, if any of you are wondering.
Aroo, aroo. Yeah, I mean they definitely sound like beagles.
Beagles are the best.
But so I think you're in a slow point right now, right? Where it just does the installation. So I'm gonna
copy the files and welcome to Ubuntu with the bionic beaver on the front with a bunch of circles because he's bionic.
What does this change?
Okay, I'm gonna go out there and calm them down because this is too much.
Okay. So this is adding more color to pytest, which already has a lot of color, but maybe this will, maybe it'll look better. But yeah, I'm just gonna go through some issues. This is standard stuff that I do as part of maintaining pytest, which is answering people's questions and reviewing code review. This one's not in English, so let's translate it, I guess. Translate. I want to. Seems like not well translated, I guess. I want to control the page elements generated by the deletion. Where is the modification? Uh.
Okay, the simple solution is to separate the dogs. So he's with me now, my dog.
Silly champ. Don't know what that one's about. 6 re-rays in traceback output. I unfortunately don't have a reproducer for this, but I just noticed this in the output of pytest in a failing test, Python 3.7. Yeah, 6.re-rays does appear in here, which is a little bit weird. Hmm. Oh, I see. So this is during teardown, pytest will collect only the last exception and then re-raise it. Uh, Seems odd that it would put things into the stack trace, though. I have to look more into this one to figure out how that one works. Interesting. Oh, that's one of the other maintainers who swings by occasionally. So I don't know how to answer that one, unfortunately. PDB might suspend output capture twice. Hmm. Yeah. I fixed this bug on in Python 3.8, I think. But unfortunately, people are still hitting it. Okay, this one seems to be handled, so I can just leave that one alone. Also, I've reviewed, or I've looked over most of the issues prior to this, so that's why I'm only looking at the most recent ones. How's your setup coming along, Daniel?
Slowly. I think it's almost done. Think.
Maybe. Who knows? A configuring discovery for paths with namespace packages. The structure of Python namespace packages cannot be determined just by looking at the file system. Okay, seems following this person so far. So they basically have this layout, and it results in these 4 modules. It's easy to configure pytest to have source in the path, but when discovering and loading this file, as described here. Oh yeah, this is the weird thing where pytest just goes and assumes that anything without an init.py is a sys.path root, and so it will inject this directory onto syspath, and so this will create a top-level module called test core. It'd be nice to be able to configure pytest so that we could tell it that source may contain namespace packages. Yeah, I'd like to see pytest better in this situation as well. I think once we can leave Python 2 behind, this becomes even easier and more common at the same time as init.py files become entirely optional. I'm not quite sure the best way to get to that state without breaking everything, though. Ideally, the namespace package situation would be the default. Or, in my opinion, I don't want to speak for everyone else, the namespace package situation would be the default, and class of errors around test file name collision would disappear. No, I haven't put any thought or effort into seeing how this would work in code. Oops. Rita would know better. Now we can set some tags for this. I swore there was one for discovery, but maybe I'm wrong. Topic collection. Yeah, seems like a fine tag for that. How's your setup coming along? Still chugging?
It's almost done. Running D package.
Oh, so that means it's installing Debian packages. This D package is the installer, which apt is a front end too. Class scope fixture, invoke and tear down order issue, and nested test classes. Fixture name invoked and tear down every subclass method as I expect. What? Oh, I didn't even know you could do this. What? I had no idea you could nest classes like this in pytest. You can do that? That seems crazy. Let me take their example and run it and see what it looks like. First I have to fix their example. Wow, I had no idea that's how that worked. Oh, does this one not run the teardown? Oh, it reused the fixture for both of these. That seems not right. Oh no, it's class scoped. Huh. This is kind of weird. If you move this to the bottom, the result seems right. That's pretty weird. Yeah, don't have any answers for this person, but at least I was able to reproduce it. I also looked at all of these except for this one. PDB. Set syst.last these things and enter PDB.
Champ. Get over here, champ. Come on.
Well, installing the kernel bits, so you're hopefully getting close.
Oh yeah, it's a little closer. It's taking a very long time.
Eventually it'll get there. Sys.last type, last value, last traceback.
Oh, oh boy, I need to restart the whole. Or do I just have to restart the virtual machine?
Uh, yeah, just click restart now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, I think I just crashed my VM.
Oh,
Dang it. Well,
the installation medium and then press enter.
yeah, you can just press enter.
Do I keep this or?
Actually, go to your VM. Oh, I just tried to click on your window. Go to your VM. No, not that one. The other. Go to
Oh, there.
the yeah, and do devices,
Devices.
optical drives, and then oh, it's not plugged in anyway, so you can just press enter on the screen down there. Oh hey, my VM is back.
Magic.
I accidentally clicked maximize, and so it caused the graphics drivers to freak out.
Oh jeez.
But I was trying to juggle windows. Trying to get to this window.
Oh this, yeah, and then that's one thing I don't like about Windows.
What's that?
Like if you do this, well, I mean, it's kind of nice to like shake everything away, but it's like, what if you're just like trying to move it around and then it's like, oh,
Oh, when you shake away the windows to the desktop, you can actually disable that. It's a feature in control panel somewhere.
oh, I mean, yeah, I guess. I also don't use my Windows much, so I don't have that problem. Huh.
It's fair.
I
Did it
think.
shut down already? And is this it starting up?
Yeah, this is it starting up.
Okay. Alright, sometimes it takes a while, especially the
Yeah,
first time.
there it is.
Last type, last value, and last traceback. These three variables are not always defined. They are set when an exception is not handled and the interpreter prints a message on a stack traceback. Their intended use is to allow an interactive user to import a debugger module and engage in postmortem debugging without having to re-execute the command that caused the error. Okay, that seems fine. Hmm.
Okay, the Windows command is different than the Mac command, I think.
For which thing?
To open terminal.
Oh, yeah, you will do. Let me see.
Oh, jeez, what the
You'll
hell?
type the Windows key. Do no for this one.
Oh shit.
Fine, you don't need to send them your usage information.
So it's Windows key.
Oh wait, do you mean terminal in your VM or outside your VM?
In the VM.
It should just be Control Alt T.
Control Alt T. Why isn't it opening up?
Uh. Oh, it did. It's just slow. Yeah, so you'll have to set up your guest editions so that that'll be faster. We'll also have to adjust all the settings to make the graphics work better. So the first thing that you'll have to do is Google for how to install the guest editions.
Looks like a lot of people look at that.
Yep, and in fact, the first example is for Bionic Beaver.
Insert guest editions CD.
Yeah, usually it'll have you install some stuff first, so we'll see if that's necessary. They might complain about you missing like kernel extensions. Gotta type your password again. Oh yeah, I guess you guys don't see me code review very often on stream, but I have a Grease Monkey script that whenever I click approve, it adds a cat GIF to whatever pull request review that I make. So that's why this cat GIF is there. And it sources that from this URL. Oh, it's gonna make me log in. Dang
The
it.
system
I'm
is
not gonna do that.
currently not set up to build kernel modules.
Okay, yeah. So you'll need to do that.
Please install the GCC.
All three of those packages: GCC,
Yeah.
make, and Perl.
How do I do that?
So your notes have directions on how to install packages.
Oh, it's
No, that's Python packages.
List. No.
It is part of the apt list suite.
Apt install.
Jay asks, "What are you doing?" My brother's other computer crashed, and so I'm walking him through setting up a new virtual machine. I've been teaching him to program over the last couple of weeks, and we're setting up a new programming environment for him. You want GCC? You got GSS.
Oh shit.
Unfortunately, there's no package called GSS. Otherwise, you'd have had a random package installed. CC. The GNU compiler collection, I think it stands for. And GC. GNU Project C and C++ compiler. Oh, I see. GNU C compiler. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense.
And then there was Perl, Perl, and what else was there?
And make.
Make. Okay.
And you might have to install the kernel headers, but we'll see about that.
Okay.
Hopefully not. Yeah, it looks like, so this is, see how it says setting up Linux libc dev? That should be enough to build the kernel headers, hopefully.
Okay. And it is, okay, there it goes.
Does he work with C or C++? A long time ago, you wrote a little bit of C++, right?
I want to count that.
Yeah. He hasn't written any C++ in a long time. I'm having him start out with just Python, and so we've been basically doing 2 or 3 lessons a week to learn Python. Mindful Fox says Happy Easter. Oh, is it Easter?
Is it Easter? No, it's not.
I mean, it would be tomorrow, but I guess it could be Easter
tomorrow.
weekend. When is Easter?
It's tomorrow.
I'm clearly super religious, so I know what day Easter is. Oh, does that mean I have work off on Monday? Is that a thing in the U.S.?
Yes. At least I think it is.
Easter Monday? Is that a day I get off?
Well, if you were religious, you could say that I have to miss work because of religious things. But
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know how to find our observed holidays. I don't know.
Well, my phone it has Easter Monday, so I'm assuming that it's an observed holiday.
I don't think it is. I guess I could open up my calendar. That would show.
Okay, so I installed those packages. What else do I need?
Sorry, let me go back to here. Did you do Perl also? Oh yeah, you already had Perl. Try ejecting, so go to devices and optical drives and then remove disk from drive. Yep, click that. And then force unmount. And then try and add the guest editions CD again. Maybe it'll work the second time. So you go back to devices again.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There we go. Hopefully it'll work this time. Oh, you don't get Easter off? I don't think I do either. Oh, I was checking my calendar, that's right. Open up my Lyft email, and then calendar. A bunch of people are taking this weekend off, which makes sense. But I don't know if I get that day off. Oh, how would I even check? Maybe we have a link that says our holidays. It is redirecting. Company holidays. Let's see. 2019, New Year's Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, President's Day, Memorial Day. Memorial Day is already after that, so we don't get Easter Monday off. But we do get Independence Day and Independence Day observed. which is a little
Nice.
bit weird. So I get my birthday off. Yay!
Nice.
Yay! We get Labor Day, Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. Not that many holidays, but whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whatever. Mindful Fox says, hi, Anthony's brother who almost failed CS.
Thanks. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you.
I have told the story on stream, so sorry, bud.
No, it's okay. My mind wasn't ready for it back then. I wasn't.
It's fair.
I wanted to do music, and when I got accepted in the music school, I was like, I don't want to do this class anymore, and I cannot drop it. So that's what happened. But circumstances require that I learn programming as soon as I can and get a job, because
Yeah.
my industry sucks.
Yeah, I wish we would have started this like 6 months earlier, because Lyft has this really cool program right now. Lyft apprenticeship.
Yeah, you showed me that.
Where's the page?
You linked it to me.
Oh, can I grab that from Facebook chat? Is that where it was? We have our Facebook chat is hilarious because it's basically just like blobs and blobs of code.
Let's see. Where did I said I'd love to do that? There it is.
There we go.
This.
Yeah, so the basic idea is like Lyft has like a pre-internship where Lyft hires people that either like just came from a coding boot camp or like independently learned programming and are expected to not know that much coming in. And the idea is to work with a mentor and build up your programming skills, and then maybe end up in like an internship position as a result of that, and then maybe from an intern position graduate to a full-time position. There's a pre-internship now. OMG. Yeah, I mean that's basically how it works. And in fact, like there's a team that sits near my team at Lyft called Core Data Stores, and they had a person that went through the apprenticeship program, and now she's full time. So it's kind of a cool like stepping stone into the industry for people that don't have a traditional CS education background. All right, did it install did the thing run?
Yes.
Did it install the guest editions and exit?
I believe so, yes.
Must be super competitive. Yeah, I bet it is pretty competitive. But I also like to think that I would probably like if I would have taught Daniel like 6 months earlier, I think it would have been pretty easy for me to get him into the program. Because I could have been like, yo, it's my brother. Like I mean maybe not, but
maybe.
I can tip the scales. Yeah, I think I could. I think I could throw some weight.
Okay. So
But maybe next year's apprenticeship program be able to do that one.
maybe. I don't want to wait a whole year though.
Yeah, you'll probably find something before that, but if it comes to that, then anyway. So now what you'll want to do is you'll click on the updater. So in the left bar, there's the and you'll click install now. The other thing that I would do while you're at it is right click on the terminal and pin that to your quick launch so that it's easier to find. But yeah, I think the apprenticeship program is pretty cool because it gives people an opportunity to enter the industry that they might not have gotten otherwise, and also gives them like high quality mentorship, which is you right click on the you can't see my cursor, but right click on the icon on the left.
Oh.
And then is that how that works? I don't actually know. Oh yeah, it's now called favorites. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, and so I would remove the App Store and that question mark guy from the favorites. Because I don't even know what they are. I don't think I use them. How many openings are there? I don't know. Let me Let me see if there's internal comms about it. Not that I should share that, but I think it's like somewhere between 50 and 100. Or at least that would be my guess. Oh, where is that link? I'll post the link in chat too. Can you resend me that link on Facebook chat?
Yeah, sure. Oh shit. No, I scrolled all the way down like an idiot. See all of our stuff.
Oh wait, there it was.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
it. There we go. Yeah, just paste that below, and then I'll paste it in Twitch chat.
What the crap?
Do Control-0. Yeah, there you go. You like did Control and scroll or something like that. There's this link. Oh, that's the Facebook link. Dang it. Let me not give you the referral spam link. There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that one's doubled too. No, it's fine. I posted an l.facebook link.
Okay.
Oh, you doubled the link.
Okay.
Uh.
Don't click on this one. Click on this one.
I'll get the link right eventually. Here we go.
I have one of those solar powered keyboards and it's dark in my room, so.
Wait, solar powered? That's a thing?
Yeah.
What?
I got solar powered.
Solar powered keyboard.
A wireless Logitech keyboard.
Oh, like the K570? What? Yo, that looks so cool. Does it not have batteries, or like how does it work?
It does not have batteries. No.
I want one of these.
No, you don't. You do not want your keyboard to randomly die on you, and you have to put it in the sun like some sad plant.
Did Lyft change their logo? We changed it like a year ago, I think. Our brand like keeps evolving, which I don't know how I feel about it, but we keep changing like our color scheme. Like this blue is a new color. But I think like the basic logo has remained the same. Yeah, I don't know how many positions are open, but I don't know, the application requirements for the apprenticeship program are pretty easy. It's basically like, have you written code before? Do you know like any web framework or like ideas about any web framework?
And the answer to that right now is no.
Yeah, right now it's no. But it wouldn't be hard to teach you one, so.
No, it'd probably be very easy.
Yeah, once we get through basics, like all of the data types and stuff, we'll get to that. Okay, so you can click restart now on your VM.
Yeah, I also started looking at the Game Maker tutorials as well because I'm interested in doing that.
That would be cool. I know nothing about Game Maker, so you would be completely on your own there, other than like I can help you with basic programming stuff. Is your brother in Michigan? Yes, he is in Michigan right now.
Uh-huh.
In a little town called Lapeer. But yeah, so I assume you're noticing the difference between how fast this starts up on your SSD versus this.
Yep.
It's noticeably slower.
That's okay. I mean, as long as the code isn't super slow.
Yeah, I mean, Python won't be noticeably slower. Most of the difference is going to be in, like, big file reads, which I'm not really going to do too much of that.
And eventually I'm gonna, because like the processor in this computer is like 8 years old. That has not been updated. Everything else has been updated except for obviously the shell.
Oh, so at some point you'll part and rebuild.
Yeah, eventually I'll have money.
True. You should be able to resize your VM window now.
Ooh.
Now you can have a tall terminal. Also, I would click the X on that bubble thing at the top.
Yes. I usually do that. But...
I think all that's left to do is set up Vim and your Vim plugins again.
yeah, and then get all my get all of the Git back. I can do that on my own.
Is this you? What is this link? Where did that window go?
What?
I'll send you the link. It's a. I've seen this before. Based on a true story. Okay, so our build engineer is left for another company. The dude was literally living inside the terminal. You know that type of guy who loves Vim, creates diagrams in Dot, and writes wiki posts in Markdown. If something, anything, requires more than 90 seconds of his time, he writes a script to automate that. And this does kind of sound like me. It's kind of the kind of shit that I do. So we're sitting here looking through his legacy. You're gonna love this.
Make my bitch up that essay.
Sends a text message late at work to his wife, apparently. Automatically picks reasons from an array of strings randomly. Runs inside a cron job. The job fires if there are active SSH sessions on the server after 9 p.m. with his login.
Shit. Don't worry, mate. Be careful next time.
Hangover.sh, another cron job that is set to specific dates. Sends automated emails like, not feeling well, gonna work from home, etc. Adds a random reason from another predefined array of strings. Fires if there are no interactive sessions on the server at 8:45 a.m. And the Oscar goes to fuckingcoffee.sh. This one waits exactly 17 seconds, then opens a telnet session to our coffee machine. We had no idea the coffee machine is on the network, runs Linux, and has a TCP socket up and running. And sends something like sysbrew. It turns out this thing starts brewing a mid-sized half-calf latte and then waits another 24 seconds before pouring it into a cup. The timing is exactly how long it takes to walk to the machine from the dude's desk. Yeah, this is pretty good. I've seen this one before.
I have not seen that, obviously.
Cool. So now you're going to want to install Vim. The package that you'll install is called vim-nox.
Is it a package or a...
It's a Debian package, yes. Okay. I just tried to scroll up on your notes. That doesn't work. What am I doing?
Install Vim dash or slash?
Vim dash.
And
you can tab complete this, so if you just tab a couple times.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, you want the one, it's the third column, fourth one down.
Nox?
Yep. It stands for no X, which X is like a window manager. So we're going to be installing just the terminal version of Vim.
Yeah.
Why does it it suggests installing Apache 2? Like what? Oh, now you have jQuery installed. Vim already. Yeah. We're basically rebuilding the machine that he had set up on his other laptop. So like he's been working with Vim and knows it pretty well, right?
And we're gonna have to do it again too.
Yeah. We're also gonna have to clone all of your repos and like set all that stuff up again. Not Nano. Yeah, I'm saving him from the embarrassment, Mindful Fox.
I mean, I could learn Nano, but
you could, but you might as well learn Vim and then not have people make fun of you.
And then I can decide for myself.
Yeah. But you've been getting pretty good at Vim.
Yeah,
so.
A little better.
The one thing that's unfortunate is we don't have your dot files, so we're gonna have to like redo all of that stuff.
Yeah, like the tab spacing and
yeah, like the expand tab and the stuff. But one thing that we can do is we can set up another Git repo for you where you can check in your dot files so that anytime you go to a new computer, you can just reuse those.
Okay.
Cool. So now you have Vim. Oh, that's really loud. Hopefully that's not super loud for stream because it's so loud in my ear. Thank you, Talal L, for following. Every follow counts. Was that really loud on stream? Should I adjust the sign? Adjust the sound for that? Let's get Swifty. Oh yeah, I'm wearing my 21 Pilots, aka my Swift shirt. So, yes, that was loud. Oh no.
So your notification sound isn't wow.
No, it's not. No, it's just the default Streamlabs one.
Same.
You know, if I turn you down, can you turn up your mic volume?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, turn up your mic volume and like say something.
Hello, hello.
Okay, a little bit louder.
Hello, hello.
All right, try again.
Hello.
Okay, that's better. So that's half the volume of what it was before. So hopefully the stream notifications aren't super loud.
Is it good?
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Maybe you can go up a little bit.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah, my follow for or subscribe for my Twitch chat is the video when he's like, yes, yes. You know that video?
Yeah, I know that video. I haven't adjusted mine. Mine's still the default settings, so it's still the like zombie that goes across the screen, which is super appropriate for programming, but whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. So I want you to ls in your home directory and see if you remember what we did last time.
Oh boy, let's see here.
So the first thing I think we did was delete all these directories that you don't care about.
Oh.
Like documents, music, pictures, public, templates, and videos. Everything but desktop and downloads.
What is the opposite of make dir? RM dir.
Yep.
Can I do more than one?
Yeah, you can do more than one, and you can also tab complete them too.
Oh, I gotta.
Oh. Rip ears indeed. Hey, thanks Mindful Fox for the sub. Welcome back, friend.
Public.
Every subscription counts, I guess.
Well,
Rip ears, yeah.
Music, pictures, public, and videos. What else should I get rid of?
Press that and then do ls and I'll let you know. You can get rid of, let's see, documents and templates as well.
And templates?
Yep. Templates. Look at you. Do you actually say templates or do you say templates?
I don't know. It's like the one of those words that changes inflection based on like context.
I guess. But like use it in a sentence.
Like I guess I do say templates.
Templates or templates?
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's not fair, right? Like I would say I'm cutting out the template. I would say template.
Okay. All right.
Maybe it's a Michigan thing and you've just been gone from here for so long.
Maybe. I don't think I've ever said template though. But I know people that do. It's not unusual. I just think it's funny. It's also one of those words that I spell wrong all the time. Okay, so the next thing to do is make a workspace directory.
Yep.
That's where we put all of our code before. And you're gonna have to set up Git now so that you can clone from GitHub. So
don't forget.
First thing you have to do is install Git because I don't think it's installed.
Oh.
If you type Git and press enter, it'll tell you what to install. Prize, prize. Oh, this will be a good one. Mindful Fox asks how you pronounce. I'll paste it in chat so that I don't give away how I pronounce it. But how do you pronounce this word, Daniel?
I don't know what this is.
Oh, it stands for graphical user interface.
I would say GUI, but
Okay. So the most common ones are like GUI or GUI,
I would say GUI. If I guess if I didn't know,
but
but
GUI is good. I like that one.
GUI. El GUI.
So funny story related to this. Where's Twitch? So there's this proxy software written by Lyft called Envoy. No, not that one. Envoy proxy. And so our current joke about this is that we're only referring to it as Envoy to intentionally mispronounce it. Or if we want to feel super French, it's Envoy. Envoy.
No, it's envoy. You have to conjugate it in Spanish.
Yeah, but like Envoy is the other joke that we've been using for it.
Conjugations of it.
But anyway, I was at a happy hour yesterday for the data organization, and my friend my coworker friend who's visiting from New York, we were chatting about something, and we were talking to someone from the data org who had probably never said Envoy out loud, just had read it, and she like unprompted said Envoy, and then my friend and I just like turned to each other and started bursting out laughing. This is what we've been trying to troll people with for so long, but we it was completely unprompted and pretty hilarious. Oh, here's another word to pronounce. I think you've seen this word before, maybe.
SQL?
Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it?
That's how I'd say it, yeah.
Yeah. So some people will say sequel. I say sequel.
That's the other thing I would have thought.
Yeah. It's one of those programming words. It's like structured query language for querying databases. What'd you just say?
My dog just went under my bed.
Oh no.
Underneath there.
Champ, what are you doing?
What you doing? Okay,
So the next thing you have to do is set up an SSH key.
Yeah. Oh, I forget how to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's in your notes either. I think we Googled for it. So I'm pretty sure I Google it every time I do it.
Okay.
So if Yep. Yep. Enter.
Let's see.
Yeah, the first one's probably fine, the Confluence article. I think that's the one that I usually click on. I think you want expand the one for macOS and Linux. Yeah, that one. SSH keygen. Yeah, that's right. But it's not sufficient. Let me find the like SSH keygen 4096. Yeah, because we want a sufficiently sufficiently large key. So I'm gonna send you a command in Facebook chat. So the funny thing about teaching Daniel programming is I use Facebook chat to talk with him because it has Markdown. We were originally using Hangouts to talk back and forth, but anytime I would post code, it would just like reformat it in strange ways. But with Facebook chat, I can use code fences and talk that way, so that works pretty well. All right, so run that command.
Wait a second. I'm trying to. Shit. I'm sorry.
Control Shift V.
Isn't it still Control V?
Control Shift V.
Oh. And it's deciding I don't want to work right now.
Oh, we forgot to enable the keyboard or the bidirectional clipboard. So go to your VM and do devices, I think. Shared clipboard and then bidirectional.
Okay.
And then you'll need a copy and paste again.
Yep.
Discord has Markdown too. Oh, I think I have Discord installed. Nope, not on this computer. I have it on my other computer.
File in which to save it.
Yep, that's the default one, so you press enter.
Enter passphrase.
Yeah, so you'll make a passphrase for your SSH key.
Probably the same as my password.
Whatever you want it to be. I usually suggest a different password, but whatever. Whatever you're gonna remember.
I'm just gonna do the same. Ooh. Nobody look at this.
I think this doesn't matter. Maybe, hopefully not. Cool, so then you'll go to GitHub so that you can authorize your key. So go to your user settings in the top right, I think. That one, and settings, second to the bottom.
Oops.
No, that's your user profile. Yeah, there you go. And then SSH and GPG keys. So yeah, you can make a new SSH key and name it something like Windows Ubuntu VM or something like that. The name actually doesn't matter. And then you will cat, you'll run this command, and don't run. Make sure you don't cat the one that's not .pub, because that's your pub, or your private key, and you don't want to lose that, although you're password protected, so it's probably fine. But yeah, so run that command in your terminal. Yep, press enter, and then copy and paste that into the second box on GitHub. And that's your public key. That's how you get identified. Cool, that looks good. Alright, so now you should be able to clone some of your repositories now. So if you go into Workspace and try and clone like your programming notes. If you click on the blue link of programming notes, it should take you to the root of the repository. And then clone or download on the right screen.
Oh, maybe it's because it's not.
No, the green button right there.
Oh, I see it. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, just copy and paste that. And then you can git clone that guy. And you can say yes. You have to actually type out the word yes for this one.
So dumb.
And then check that box. This is the only time you'll get the chance to check that box, so make sure you check that box.
Wait.
Looks like you typed the password wrong. Oh, you have caps lock on. Caps lock is cruise control for cool.
Oh, look at that.
Cool. So one other thing that we did is we set up a virtual environment inside of ~opt so that you could install some packages inside of there. And how do we do that? Let me send you a link.
Where should I get the rest of my...
You should clone your other repos too. Yeah, so here's a link that has directions on how to set up a virtual environment from nothing.
Wait a second. Oh, it's just the... Oh, but this is good.
Yeah, we at least got the base of the project, so like you're not restarting from nothing there.
Thank God. I was thinking we have to go through that whole thing again.
Yeah, that would have sucked. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? My brother is here. We're helping him set up his computer again, because he lost his VM on his other computer. Let's see, is this Ohio? Sarcastic Dante always... Oh no, it's Konnichiwa. Okay. I'm gonna recognize these characters, man. I just need to stream more often so that I see him more often.
I if I was looking, I'd be able to read it.
That's true. Yeah, here you go. I'll post it to you in Facebook chat.
Yeah, it's konnichiwa. Ni. Whoops. I did a little bit of Japanese on Duolingo before the bird killed my family, so because I stopped. That was before all the memes, though. Man. Okay, back to here. I gotta get the rest of these.
Yep.
Project 3.
I don't know if you'll work anymore on Project 3 though, so I don't know if you need to clone it.
Well, I just want it on here anyways.
Okay, alright. You do you, man.
I want it fully restored.
I want it all!
I'll definitely be doing work on this in the future.
On your desktop? Oh, on your Pokemon Team Builder thing. Yeah. Mindful Fox is also a fan of Pokemon.
Ooh.
Oh, you switched your picture from
The default. Yeah, I did.
Oh no, Mindful Fox changed their picture.
Oh.
What is it now? Open image in new tab. It tries to download it. Great. Never mind. We're not gonna do that. Is it an Alolan Vulpix? Oh, it's the new Vulpix. Okay, yeah. Oof. Oof, I can still identify Pokemon.
You didn't know what Alolan Vulpix looked like? Bro.
Oh, I mean, it's artistic. It's also very small on my computer.
Come on, man. You gotta know. You can't just read stuff and then not know what they are.
Yeah. I mean, it's a small picture. Sad. For shame. You got me. Rip me, I guess.
This is the one I need.
Oh, shoot. I have an interview next week. Okay, cool. Do you have all your projects now?
Yes.
You call yourself a Pokemon master. Ha! Yeah.
You don't even know what an Alolan Vulpix is.
I mean, if you're given 16 pixels of a Pokemon, like, cut me some slack.
True.
Then again, I don't think I can identify the new starters because I haven't.
Like the new ones.
The new ones.
Like
I can do the 7th gen ones.
And Score Bunny.
Yeah, well, I could probably guess Score Bunny because it looks like a bunny.
It's also my Twitter picture.
Oh. That's
so
fair.
You've seen it many times.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are we gonna do next? Also, I have an email from GitHub. Aw.
Yeah, it's just letting you know that someone added a key in case like someone sketchy added a key and then they controlled your code.
That would suck, but they can fix my code if they want
to. Yeah. All right. So the next thing that we set up was a virtual env inside of ~opt venv. I sent you a link on how to create a virtual env from nothing. So grab that link.
This one?
Yep. Click on that link. And so you can copy that command, and then the venv at the end is where you want to put the virtual environment. So you can just do ~opt venv from that.
I'm gonna do this on my home directly.
Yeah. Yep. So you can paste that, but change venv to ~opt/venv.
~opt/venv.
Yep.
Do people pronounce venv different too?
Yes. So some will say venv, some will say vm, some will say virtual env. Oh wow, you don't even have Python installed. Oh, change Python to Python 3. Sorry. Yeah, we're not gonna install Python 2. You don't need that shit.
I don't need that shit in my life. Wait.
Oh, but you do need curl.
Okay, hold
on. Do you remember what curl does?
No.
Well, what do you think it does given the context?
Okay, let me look at the code for the thing. Curl. Oh, it gets something from a URL.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Downloads the contents of a URL. Are you using your nice mic, Daniel? It sounds pretty good.
Yes, I am.
Like I know on your Mac your sound quality is way worse.
Yeah. I was I was trying to get my headset to work that I have for like gaming, but it wasn't working. So I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll set up my nice mic.
And you probably have higher sound quality than I do.
Yours isn't terrible. Are you using the USB mic that you have?
Yeah, the Blue Yeti
Yeah, it's not the greatest mic in the world, but it works for what
works
you
pretty
need.
well. Works well for what I need it for.
Yeah.
I wish it picked up a little bit less sound. Oh, you need to install Python 3 dash distutils.
Oh. How do I do that?
Apt install Python 3 dash distutils.
Oh, apt. Oh, sudo apt.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
so Debian has decided that they want to split up the Python modules to the essential and non-essential bits. Python 3 dash distutils, no space, and you can tab complete that. Get rid of the space. Do Python 3 dash D and then tab. No. DIST and then tab.
it's not working.
Okay. Anyway, that's what you want. Press enter. No, you don't need dot spawn.
Okay.
Yep. But yeah, Debian has been splitting out the packages from the default Python 3 installation so that even parts of the standard lib don't always get installed, which I think is annoying, but it kind of makes sense. Some of them are super chunky, like GBM and stuff, but I don't know. Distutils seems like kind of important to default install, and 2 to 3, fine. Split that one out. That one's kind of like less of a thing, but
Okay, it is done. So now I can do
now
open.
yeah, so now you can install stuff in, if you ls, you should see an ops directory now.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you can activate the virtual env inside there. Do you remember how to do that?
Yeah.
But it's inside opt, so it's opt/venv.
Oh.
Didn't need to get rid of the source command.
It's okay.
Yeah. Um, yep. And I think all that we installed inside that virtual env was Flake 8, so you'll want to install that guy.
Yeah. If I just type Flake 8, will it tell me how to do it?
It'll tell you the wrong thing.
Okay.
But this one will be a Python package, so instead of using apt, you'll use a different. Yep, you'll use pip.
Do I have to sudo it?
No, you should never use sudo with pip.
Oh.
Sudo pip install makes so many sadnesses. Yep, and that'll install Flake 8. The next thing that we set up is we put a bin directory inside your home dir so that you can put executables there quickly.
Yeah.
So let's make a bin directory.
Okay.
And I don't think, did I teach you ln? Can you check through your notes?
I don't think so. I don't recall it.
I know we used the command, but I don't know that I taught you what it is.
Oh, jeez.
Search for like ln space dash.
No.
Okay, no, we didn't teach you that. But what ln is it's it makes links on.
You could have just told me to do that.
Yeah, oh yeah, I could have just told you to man. Yeah,
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, it makes because of the. Yeah, I remember what it is. Uh huh.
yeah, it makes the symbolic links, which are basically like shortcuts on Windows.
Yeah.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna make a symlink from opt vm bin flake8 into your tilde bin.
Okay.
So this is the command that I would use for that, so you get the right invocation. ln-s and it kind of works like copy, so the left thing gets copied to the right thing.
Okay.
And I don't I don't remember how to pronounce your name, but someone in chat says you can also make hard links, although I think hard links are harder to explain. Hard links are basically like two files that are actually the same file, but they can appear at different parts in your file system. Yeah, so now if you ls inside of bin, you should see that you have a link there.
Oh.
And if you do -al, you can see where that link points. But that's not enough to make it work out of the box. So if you deactivate from that virtual env for me. So if you type flake8, it's gonna not use that binary yet. And you don't follow the instructions. So the next thing that we have to do is make sure that flake8 ends up on your path by default, and make sure that binder ends up on your path.
Okay.
And so for that, we're gonna edit your bashrc. Here's the line from my bashrc that does this.
I recall this.
Yep. You'll copy that line. Yeah, and you'll go down to the end of the file and add it down there. Look at you remembering Shift G. Nice.
I didn't use that.
Oh, what'd you do? Did you page down?
Yeah.
That works too, I guess. Look at me giving you credit for things you didn't remember. Alright, so you can write that? Yeah. Oops.
Sorry, not used to this keyboard.
It's fine. Now if you open up a new terminal, you should be able to use flake8 now. Because that file only gets run on terminal startup. So, but now if you do like flake8, it should work. Control C that, it's trying to flake8 your entire directory.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Zadak? How's your Saturday going? Yeah, but anyway, that worked. The other thing that we did, if you look at line 25 in my bashrc, we also set that up for you.
Yes, we did.
But instead of nano, we used vim.
Uh-huh.
Oh, your Saturday's over in 15 minutes. Oh yeah, you're in what? European time? You'd be 8 hours different from me. Or no, 9 hours different from me. So +3? No, +2? Something like that. Europe time. Yep, and so you'll put the editor and visual in there, and that makes it so that any program that will need a terminal editor will know to use the one that you want it to use, and not whatever the default is for your system. And so in this case, we want to use Vim. I have a bunch of other stuff in my bashrc, and your bashrc already has the default stuff provided by Ubuntu. We might add more of that stuff later, but for now, it's probably good enough.
There's one other thing we need to do that I remember, but I don't remember where it is. I think it's in the home directory for the in Vim for the tab.
Oh yeah, to get the Vim plugins working.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so let's go search for Vim Flake8 on GitHub, which you contributed to. Zadak asks, "What are you working on today?" So my brother, I've been teaching him to program for a while, over the last, I don't know, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that. And we've been working on a VM on his other computer, but his other computer died, and so I'm basically helping him set up his VM again so he can get back to learning more programming. And so we went through setting up a virtual machine and installing some basic packages and getting Git working again. And now we're back to installing Flake 8. Oh yeah, we'll do expand tabs later. That'll be different from Flake 8 though. But we need to do this to set up the vimrc first.
Oh, okay.
So look at the installation. You can actually just copy all 3 of those commands at once and paste them, and it'll run those 3 in a row. And press enter one more time.
Yeah.
Cool. So now if you open a Python file, you should be able to run F7, and then it'll run Flake 8. And then we'll set up the like autosave thing that we did before. Which you fixed for their documentation.
Open to F7.
Yeah, this isn't a Python file, so it won't work on this file.
Oh, shit, you're right. That was just the first file I thought of. Sorry.
My coworker used interactive command in bashrc. That's awful. Why would they do that? That's awful, sarcastic Dante. So like every time they open a terminal, it requires some interaction before it starts. It's like whack.
Okay. This is Python.
Yeah, so if you F7 this, cool, it's working. But now we want to set up the thing where it auto runs on save. I think if you scroll down in the README, I think they show you how to do that. Oh, it's in the tips section. He couldn't SSH to the server. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I actually found like a really evil thing to do. If you want to prank someone, you just put exit 1 inside their bashrc. Because then they can't open a terminal at all. There's ways to get out of it though, like for instance, I could do it in my terminal. Let's see if I just put exit 1 here. Like I'm opening a terminal and it's just immediately closing. If I close out all of these, well, I won't close that one. But if I try and open a terminal, whoa, that's special. What happened here? But I'm trying to open a new tab and it's not succeeding.
Is the vimrc supposed to be in the home directory?
The vimrc, yeah, that goes in your home directory.
Okay, I guess I made a new file by doing that.
Yep, it starts out empty.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I've messed myself up, so I'm trying to.
There was also.
Oh shoot.
Tab. So since we're in vimrc, we might as well do that, right?
Yeah. Let's see. What is that? Expand tabs vim.
Search inside of Messenger.
I think this is the Stack Overflow post that I linked to. Where is Messenger? Right here. Which has a couple of options. I forget which ones do what. Go hidden files. I'm editing my bashrc with with the gedit to undo my intentional.
This whole thing?
Okay, my terminal's back. But yeah, it's a pretty evil thing to do. Yeah, I think you just want the whole thing. Probably a better way to safeguard against bad startup scripts, but I made a user called recovery which has sudo rights and no changes to bashrc. Yeah, that makes sense. Like I could have used a different user to edit mine, or used the super user. But yeah, also on let's see if I remember the keyboard combination. It's like Control Alt. Oh, that was not it. That was really not it. Oh, now I need to figure out the size of my VM again. It should be right there, maybe? Oh no, I've screwed up my VM. Dang it. Oh, that's really busted. Dang it.
Why do I have a screenshot in here?
And where?
In my home directory.
You must have pressed the print screen key.
Oh, by the way, everybody, happy 420. Poke if you got them.
On a VM, I once ran into the situation where the bash RC or some startup script just crashed and I could not log in at all. And of course, logging in as root is disabled in Debian. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, that's true. I usually add a root login, I guess. Or at least, maybe in Ubuntu it defaults to this. What? VirtualBox is gone. What happened?
What did you do, Anthony?
I broke my VM, so I'm currently restarting it. I pressed a keyboard combination that's supposed to give me the root login, but instead it just like crashed the window manager.
Oh, lovely.
Hopefully this will bring it back. We'll see. But yeah, did you set that expand tab? I think that brings you back to where you were before, right?
Yeah, I did it. It's done.
Was there anything else to set up?
There was the thing about the amount of lines, but I really don't care.
The amount of lines. Oh, your terminal size.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so you can do edit preferences.
Oh yeah, that was here. Edit preferences.
And then you can set the number of rows to something bigger. Okay, my VM seems to be better now. Let me just get it back to the size where it's supposed to be. I think right there.
Whatever this size is. What is this size?
If you change the size of it, it'll tell you as you're changing the size of it. So if you like try and drag the top of the window, yeah, so 83 by 54. So 54 is the height. Oh no, why is my team doing work? It's Saturday. No. Was it not feeling good? Yeah, I don't know why my VM was sad. I probably pressed some weird key combination that just broke it. I swore there was more that we set up, but maybe that was it. Or at least that's enough for you to get back to... Oh, I remember what else we set up. We also set up the... Do you remember the tab tearing thing that we set up?
The what?
The tab tearing? So that you can drag windows off of your terminal?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, because it'll crash if you do that.
Yeah. Or it's disabled right now by default.
Yeah. Where do I go for that?
They're probably high. Alright. I'm not.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Maybe later. Apparently right now Lyft is offering $4.20 off on rides in San Francisco and Seattle.
Very, very clever.
Sarcastic Dante says, "What about pre-commit?" Yeah, we'll set up pre-commit at some point. I still haven't talked to him about that yet.
He hasn't taught me pre-commit yet. I've only heard the wonders.
I mean, it's pretty good. Changes everything. Eat an edible. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah, pytest. We worked with pytest. Oh, you'll want to install virtualenv. That's the other one.
Yeah. Wait.
So inside opt-vm, you'll want to set up virtualenv, and then you'll want to symlink it into bin like before.
We did that already.
We made a virtualenv, but we didn't install virtualenv into it.
Oh. So...
You know George Hotz by any chance? That name sounds very familiar.
Who?
Someone in chat asked me about George Hotz, which sounds super familiar.
Probably post high school or post Lake Orion, post high school?
No, they're like a programmer person.
Okay, yeah. Because I don't know.
They worked on like all of the rooting stuff, like rooting the PS3.
Oh, cool.
I guess I've used their software before. I'm not familiar with the individual though. By the way, what is pip install -- user? So I don't like to use pip install user myself, but I'll show you what it does and how it works. I prefer to use virtualenvs, and that's why I'm showing Daniel how to use virtualenvs. Let me start the chatbot again. So if we look inside local, there's some stuff here, but not that much. If I do pip install, I don't even have, do I even have a pip install opt? And then pip install -- user. What's a package to install that is fine? Activator? Oh. So, what it normally would do if I actually had pip installed, which I guess I can temporarily install it. Python 3 pip. But I actually don't install pip onto my computer, except via virtual environments, mostly because it's easy to do the wrong things. I did 2 A's. Yes, I did 2 A's intentionally. Pip 3 install -- user activator. So what activator is it's a tool for automatically activating virtual environments. No, it's fine, Final Titus. I make typos all the time, and so sometimes it's really good to point it out. But one thing that activator does is, so right now I'm not in a virtual environment, but if I see into workspace, Anthony writes code, Twitch chatbot, it's automatically activated this virtual environment here because of the presence of these 2 files. And so activator modifies this prompt command, which gets run, so this part is the activator part right here. And so this prompt command gets run every time I run a command on the terminal. And so one thing that activator does is it looks for these 2 activator deactivate.sh files, and it will print out commands to be executed if it needs to. But since it's already activated, it doesn't do that. But anyway, the user installed the Python package into .local/lib and .local/bin. So in theory, I could access this package without needing root privileges directly from here. For instance, this. But I prefer to use virtual environments because it gives me a better way to like delete them and manage them and start over in situations. So pip 3 uninstall activator, I guess. -- user. I guess there's no uninstall, but we'll just delete bin and lib here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
The dog's being loud?
Dogs are being insane.
It happens. Python 3 pip. But anyway, user installs are one way to install packages without needing root privileges on a per user basis. But I didn't teach Daniel that. Okay, did you install virtualenv into the virtualenv?
No.
So you'll want to basically do the same steps that we did to install Flake8, but instead of installing Flake8, we'll install a package called virtualenv.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll use pip, but you need to be inside that virtualenv first.
Oh, I have to be in the van.
Yep, it's a little bit meta.
Oh, I have to go into
Why Linux over Windows ever? Genuine question. So for me, it's a couple of things. So I'm actually running Windows right now, but using Linux in a virtual machine. And most of the reason here is the tooling on Windows is a little bit less good than the tooling on Linux, at least for programming, and at least for programming the type of programming that I tend to do. So if I were working with just like C# and WinForms, like obviously Windows would be the choice there. But when I'm working with command line tools or Linux or like Linux-based tools or Python, it kind of works better, at least for me. The other thing for me is Linux tends to be a little bit faster for doing many things with Python, mostly just because it's a little bit more optimized and the process model works a little bit better for Python. And so I tend to prefer that being a little bit faster. Also, I'm much more familiar with the Linux tool chains. Now, granted, I can and sometimes do develop on Windows with Python and stuff, and for that I use MinGW, which is a bash-like thing for Windows. But it has some like weird quirks, like working with Python, you have to WinPTY, and things just seem a little bit more polished for all of the Python distributions on Linux. As a Python programmer, should I hop over to Linux? I mean, whatever, like, I don't want to change your development workflow. If you have something that works for you, like, absolutely do that. Is there anything wrong with using PyCharm? Absolutely not. PyCharm's great. I just, the reason I don't use PyCharm is I happen to be, like, slightly more efficient using command line tools. But that's just, like, the muscle memory that I've developed over time, which, will vary from person to person. So like I don't want to encourage or discourage whatever tools you want to use. Like if you get the job done with PyCharm, like absolutely use PyCharm. Also, PyCharm is pretty great at like tab completion, type helping, fuzzy files searching, like all the things that you would really want out of an editor. PyCharm does really well at that. But Nano is better. Yeah, I use Nano like a noob, just because I don't know. There's a story. I should really link it in my chat, but I haven't, or in my description, but I haven't done that in a while. It's just personal preference. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, like I wouldn't say that Linux or Windows or PyCharm or Vim or Nano, like any of them are really like objectively better. I mean, yes, in some cases they are objectively better, but like one workflow is not necessarily more betterer. one workflow is not necessarily better than any other workflow.
What else do I need?
Oh, you need to symlink virtualenv into your bin directory again.
Yeah, like I did before?
Yeah, like you did with Flake8. If you do Control R and search for ln, you should be able to find it. Control R.
Oh.
Do Control C and then do Control R.
Control R.
And then type ln. And then ln space maybe? Oh, it was in your other tab, so do it from your other tab.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
So you can do Alt-1 and that'll take you to your other tab. Or you can click with a mouse, that works too. Just do Control R. You can do it from wherever.
Don't I have to be in my virtual env?
Nope. You're just symlinking the file here. Yeah, so instead of Flake8, just change that to virtualenv. You should be able to backspace and then tab complete with V. Yep, and press enter.
Okay.
Cool. And if you close that tab, so just like Control D that tab. And now you can do deactivate that virtualenv, and you should be able to run virtualenv without anything else. Deactivate takes no arguments, yeah.
Okay.
And then if you type virtualenv -- help, it should work. Cool. I think that's basically all that we set up. I did have you set up virtualenvs inside each of your projects, and so you'll want to set those up and install pytest and do that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. See, back to the pip thing. You installed Flake8 locally into tilde bin. As far as I see it, that's not tied to a virtual environment. So why not use pip install dash dash user with it? Get a newer version that is on PyPI. So I do actually have a sneaky virtual env. And this is the same setup that I set up for my brother. Inside this opt vm directory, there's a virtual env in there. So if we look at opt vm bin, actually, these are all of the packages that I installed to my local virtual environment, which are really just dependencies of, let's see, Activator is one of the packages I installed. Flake8 is another one. Future Breakpoint is another one. Node, oh no, Precommit, which this is actually an old version. I should upgrade that. Why do I have pigments? Where did that come from? Somewhere. I also have Tox and some Tox plugins. And Twine for uploading things, and virtualenv for making virtualenvs. But then the setup that I have is I have a bunch of symlinks in my bin directory that point into that virtual environment. And so just by running these executables, it's actually running them from the virtualenv. And so you can see like opt-vm bin pip freeze grep flake8. So you can see I'm actually installing 377 from PyPI, which I released a while ago. I should really make 378. I haven't done that. Someone made a bug fix that I should have released by now. Maybe I'll do that later today. But the one that I would have gotten from apt, let's see, apt cache, search flake8. Not search, I want show. Yeah, the version from Flake8 that I would have gotten is 3.5, which is really, really old. Is Flake8 even a Python app? Yes, it's a package that gets installed from pip. Do I like Kotlin? Yes, I do like Kotlin. I think it's better than using Java. Granted, I haven't written all that much. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Dang it. I just closed my my window with all my tabs in it. So I do have some Kotlin that I've written. Can? Yeah. And I like the syntax. It's pretty nice. It basically reads like Java without as much boilerplate, which makes sense because I think it's just like a preprocessor for Java, or at least it targets the JVM. There is one thing about Kotlin that I wish they would fix. Trailing commas, Kotlin. So Kotlin currently does not support trailing commas, and I would really like it to. And lots of other people's seem like they really would like it to as well. But anyway, I would like trailing commas to exist in Kotlin, but they don't. That's my only gripe so far about Kotlin. I don't even know if that's a valid gripe. Pro tip, you can do Control-C instead of removing an entire line. Yeah, I tell him that all the time. Do you hear that, Daniel?
Huh? Yeah,
Like,
I know.
Like if you're typing out a command, you can Control-C
Yeah, I
to
do
stop in the middle.
Control-C, but like I just started this and I'm not used to doing that all the time.
Yep, that's fair.
Backspace, not Control-C.
But yeah, you'll get better at that.
But
Anyway.
I'm very used to killing commands with it.
Yeah.
My
Yep.
loop keeps running. No.
I've looped forever and I can't stop. But yeah, I think your computer's set up now, so I'll hang up on you, and hopefully you'll start working on your project, and we can do that later. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I think I might actually do some. I might do some more Game Maker today. But
Okay.
definitely tomorrow. I'm gonna try and at least catch back up to what I had, if not finish it.
Sounds good. Yeah, it should be easier the second time too.
Yeah, because I kind of know, kind of
Yep.
know what I did.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. See you, chat. Thanks for having me.
Chat says you're gonna go blaze it now.
I might.
Alright, bye friend.
Bye-bye.
Alright, so now we'll be able to get back to like regularly scheduled programming. No pun intended there. So I'm gonna turn the music back on, and it'll be pretty loud, and I'll have to adjust the sound. So sorry about this. Usually I do a sound test before stream, but since I had to adjust it for that, this is gonna be an interesting one. So bear with me while I adjust the sound. That has no sound. How does that sound for you guys? It's right around the more like dab meal. Oh, you guys are hilarious. But anyway, that was kind of fun getting that set up. But anyway, let's do some normal programming, I guess, or answering questions, or whatever you guys want me to do. I don't really have any plans for this stream. Let's see, polls. What have I been working on recently? I guess I can look at stuff that I merged. Wow, this number's getting big, close to 3,000. If we include my private contributions, I'm over 5,000, so that's pretty significant. Oh, I guess I have a couple of things that I've worked on since last stream that I haven't talked about since then. So last stream we worked on automatically rewriting a new syntax warning in Python 3.8, which is if you write code like this, which can work for the wrong reasons, but is now a syntax warning, PyUpgrade will now rewrite them to the proper equality checks, which is pretty good. But after we did this, I signed off and I was like, I can make this better, I can optimize this code. And so I spent some time simplifying how this works, and most of this was just like writing some helper functions and fixing up some of this duplicated code down here. So before, there was a lot of this like check if it's exactly an imported name from 6, otherwise check if it's an attribute, and I was able to simplify that to just a single is6 call, which checks both of those at the same time and then performs the rewrite based on that. And so I was able to delete lots and lots, like big swaths of code to improve that. It also improved the performance because I combined several of the fixers together. But that was that from last time. What else did I do? Oh, there was an interesting bug in talks, which was actually like a culmination of 3 different bugs. So we noticed that our test suite was super flaky, but only in Python 2.7 and really only on Windows for some reason. And the crash that our tests were getting was oh, it doesn't say here, but there's a crash inside of pytest, which we ended up tracing to this bug report in pytest, where a repr would crash with an exception and it would bring down the entire pytest suite with this internal error. I actually think someone in chat was mentioning this exact error at some point, so the next version of pytest, when it comes out, should have this fix, which will be pretty good. But we were crashing for the same thing, and I basically found a minimal reproduction that was similar to the one that they reported. And this person fixed the bug for us, which is really awesome. But that was the first level of bugs. So there was a repr that was crashing pytest, which meant that talks had a buggy repr. And so then they fixed the pytest bug. I fixed the repr bug in talks' object, and then he fixed the bug, the logic bug. So there were 3 bugs that came together and caused this flakiness, which was pretty annoying. I once talked about an error from pytest, but that wasn't it. Oh yeah, your error was with like xdist, if I remember correctly. Which xdist is a whole different can of worms. But this was like one of like these kinds of bugs are some of my favorite to debug in Python because they're like the cross intersection of 3 or 4 different problems that happen to all line up poorly and end up with a failure. But I really liked debugging this bug. These are my favorite types of bugs. Yeah, I even said that in a comment. So I worked on that. There's this new repo that I got added to called Awesome Dumpster Fire. I would encourage you guys to check this out. The idea, at least with this, is hopefully going to be that we collect together a bunch of talks and links and stuff about catastrophic failures in programming, and basically collect a lot of links. It's just getting started, and like we haven't really done much with it yet, but the plan is to find like have a centralized place where you can find all of these like postmortem like things. So that's pretty cool. Encourage you guys to check that out. Contribute as well, because there's lots of dumpster fires that we can talk about, but also pretty easy to add new ones. That happened. There was a bug in pre-commit about a like very minor situation where, and this was another one of those bugs where it was like really strange to reproduce. But for a while, or while you were using pre-commit 15, because it was a new regression, you actually couldn't install this version of PyUpgrade on old Git clients. So if you were using something prior to Git 2.20, or 2.20.1 or whatever, whenever the shallow cloning was introduced, it would always crash with this, the 1.13.0 doesn't exist. And ended up tracing it to when I published the 1.13 release, which I'm pretty sure I did on Twitch, so I can probably find the video somewhere. But when I published the release, it I must have tagged the wrong branch, and so the 1.13 tag ended up just being floating. Sarcastic Dante says shallow cloning, never heard of it. Yeah, totally not your patch. It's fine. It's I no hard feelings about breaking it. Like, I break software all the time, and it's actually good that we caught this because we added another test and made sure that this didn't fail in the future. But yeah, so I like several levels of mistakes on my part happened here. Like, I mistagged this branch, and then like someone somehow got this tag in their repo at Lyft, and so they couldn't install hooks because pre-commit didn't know about this tag. And yeah, it was basically, so this is the like try the shallow version, and this was when shallow version was failing because shallow is not supported by newer or old Git, and so it would fall back to the full clone, and the full clone was failing. But it ended up being like a super easy fix. Nice. The fix was basically just to force fetching of all the tags, and so this would grab any unreachable tag references that existed in the repo. Apparently without this it didn't work, but easy fix. And I wrote a test which replicated the same problem. But that's all that really happened since the last time. I guess there's this one last thing, one tiny thing, because I noticed this problem at Lyft. Seed isort config, which is a tool to populate the third-party section inside. There's no examples here, but anyway, isort doesn't really know how to sort imports unless it's installed in the same environment. But you can tell it which ones are third-party with this known third-party setting, and seed isort config can figure it out without needing them installed because it's more clever than isort. But what I noticed at Lyft is a bunch of people were git ignoring the file that it was creating, and so it would always fail. And so I added some messaging to the output here that's just like, make sure to commit this file because it's should be part of your Git repo. But that's all I did since last time. I still have some like open PRs that I haven't finished because I've been just like kind of putting them off for a while. So I think I'll try and actually finish these. Because last time I tried to finish these, I ran into a bug with talks, and then we went on a solid 4-hour tangent with that. But these are the like performance improvements to pytest that I've been working through for a while. This one is close, but I still have a test failure, so let's do that. Hey, what's up, G McAbrita? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Abrita, maybe? But yeah. Let me make sure that we have the latest version of this branch, because I might have worked on it on a different computer. Nope, that looks good. And this should reproduce the failing test that we had before. Oh no. Yeah, what? Did not find executable pytest. Oh, that was because we were intentionally control-C'ing this before. So I was running into problems. Let me just delete that directory and recreate it. I guess I could have used -R, which is the recreate flag to talks. What is going on here? What have I done? Oh, right, they have special environment names, so not the default ones. Okay, yeah, so I was down to just a single test failure, and this is because I basically made a proxy object. I guess I can show this. Pluggy manager. Yeah, so I'm switching from package resources to import lib resources, or import lib metadata. And both of those packages provide a distribution class. However, they function differently between the two. The main difference is that the import lib metadata one doesn't have this project name field, but the package resources one does. And so I'm instead making kind of a wrapper class that makes the import lib metadata one look like the package resources one, and so I'm basically exposing a project name field here. But I forgot to update the test, so the test is still asserting the original distribution type against this. So I need to fix that. Let's see, pluggy. It's just a test fix, I think. Testing. Which file is this in? Test plugin manager. So the problem here is we're asserting this distribution against the return value here. But what I'm actually going to do is assert this separately, since I can't, like, this class doesn't define equality, so it's not super relevant there. But we can do this to basically forgo testing this and then manually test it below. And that should allow me to grab the returned distribution out of this structure here. So this is a 2-level destructured assignment, so this comma is not needed. So what this comma does is it performs an unpacking on this outer list, and so I guess I can just show that. Let's see, Python 3, we have a list with 2 elements in it, named ret. So if I did x comma equals ret, that would assign the tuple, this inner tuple, to x. And then I can unpack that further by saying I want to unpack the tuple that is the result of the unpacking of the outer thing, and so then x will be directly assigned to 2. Hey, what's up, Rubadub TV? Thanks for the raid. How's your Saturday going? I'm working on performance improvements to pytest, which is a Python testing framework, and explaining destructured assignments in Python, I guess right now, because this line is a little bit whack. I could have also just done ret dist equals ret 0, 1. Maybe that's... I mean, these do essentially the same thing. This one is a stronger assertion about the structure of this, although we already asserted that up here. So I think I'll go with that, because it's slightly more human readable, I guess. But anyway, let's see if this passes the tests now. If it does, then I can remove the work in progress. Mock is not defined. Do we use mock? We do not. Dang it. How did you start open source? Or how did I start working in open source? That's a good question. Let's see. So I think the first time that I worked in open source is I was working with some Python tooling while I was at Yelp, and some part of some package that I was working with had a bug, and so I basically dove into fixing the... Or first I reported the bug on the project, and then dove into fixing that bug, which would have been... Oh no, 2011 is before that. Oh, this is showing activity that's backported. These commits happened before in closed source, so this is like... I used to run an SVN server, and so these commits appear to be from 2011, but actually aren't. Oh goodness, what did I click on? Didn't want to do that. I think in 2012 we should find... Some these are still all private stuff. What is my first public contribution? This is all private. 11 repositories. These are still all private / mine. Did a lot of things. Great. Beer Cat. That was a great project. Do I have screenshots of that? No. The idea behind this, so this was a project for school, where we were basically like, build whatever you want, and as long as you can explain it and stuff. And the idea behind Beer Cat was you would take photos at parties, and then like, we gave you an editor to like stick cats over top of like things you wanted to hide in photos. Created my first repository. Maybe it wasn't then. Oh, here was my first issue created ever. Apparently I helped someone out. Apparently I answered my own issue too. But basically, anyway, long story short, the way I got started with open source was working with software that was open sourced and either finding issues with it or like reporting issues with it or trying to fix bugs with it. But from there, it mostly grew into like a hobby for me. Like I created some of my own software that I open sourced that is reasonably popular. It's like pre-committed software that I created myself that has almost 3,000 stars now. It's getting up there. But this was like, I found a need for creating a linter manager framework and like a Git hooks management framework. And so I built this and open sourced it, and like this is my baby that I probably spend more time working on than anything else. But some of the other open source stuff that I get involved with, so things like Flake8 or pytest or Talks, are projects where either I use them a lot and like spent a bunch of time like helping them answer bugs and stuff, or like fixing minor features or bugs or stuff like that. And like just by getting involved with the project and like eventually getting to know some of the maintainers, I've been given the keys to the castle to some extent, and so I've been able to like give back to the community by working for like pytest is one of the ones that I also maintain. Some of them have been some of my contributions have also been due to like the original maintainer not having time to work on them. So if we look at like Dead Snakes, which is a it's a PPA for Ubuntu, a personal package, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the A stands for. But this provides packaged up Pythons for both new and old versions of Python for Ubuntu. So for instance, like on Ubuntu Bionic, it ships by default with just Python 3 and Python 2. Well, it actually doesn't ship with Python 2 anymore, but I've gone ahead and installed it. And so these are the only versions of Python that Ubuntu provides out of the box. But I've gone ahead and built packages for other versions of Python and packaged them such that you can install them alongside the default Pythons on Ubuntu. It also supports like all the way back to like Python 2.3 or something ridiculously old. So like you want to install ancient Dead Snakes, you can. But in this situation, it actually started with Python 3.6. At work, we wanted to use Python 3.6 to run in our services, but the Dead Snakes maintainer hadn't uploaded a package for it, and so I sent an email that was like, hey, I know a little bit about Debian packaging, I definitely am open to learning more about it. I really love the work that you've done for Dead Snakes over the year. It's been exceptionally helpful for me, both professionally and like personally. And I'd be happy to do whatever work is necessary to make this continue to work in the future. I basically was like, I'm offering to help maintain this, and Felix was super helpful. Still contributes sometimes, but Felix doesn't work in Python as much or at all as he used to. And so I've mostly taken over running Dead Snakes, and like he showed me some basics on how to get started with the tooling that they were using, and it all just kind of like evolved from there. Thank you, Not Pikrua, for the follow. Sorry if I mispronounced. Every follow counts. But yeah, a lot of these have been like, I need this to work, it's not up to date, I'll jump in and make it happen, and at the same time like learn a lot of stuff along the way building these. So like for instance, when I first set up the Python 3.6 repository, let's see, this would have been Xenial probably, way back when. He showed me like some examples of how some of the other repositories set up stuff. And at the time, I couldn't upload because it was just his account, and so he would finish the change logs and finish uploading them for me. But I basically like put together the basic commits, and then when it was ready to get published, he would adjust the changelog and release it. And then after that, we moved to a shared repository where we could both work on it. But he basically just like, here's the commands I run, here's the patches that I usually apply. Basically go through that, get some tests passing, and go from there. But recently I've been automating everything so that I can try and like release these as fast as possible. And so I have basically a bunch of scripts and a bunch of runbooks for how I go ahead and build the packages. Hey, what's up, Sandlordian? How's your Saturday going? Or Sunday, depending on where you are in the world. And messing around with Tor. Ooh. Tor can get tricky. I think the last time I played with Tor was in college. I managed to get my IP address banned on a bunch of shit just because they recognized me going to exit nodes or whatever. Actually, it's not tricky. Well, then I stand corrected. Maybe I'm less clever than you are, or it was way harder to use however many years ago. Oh, GitHub has switched to responsive, so like if I shrink the window far enough, it gives me the mobile site view. Interesting. Make it just big enough to do the desktop view. Hey, what's up, Grimjaw? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh no, I'm talking about it going pretty well. Okay. Nice. We're trying to make it so you can't use Tor on our site. Oh. Yeah, so the way like Yelp did that was because I think Yelp bans all Tor traffic. I think they just like blocked all of the well-known IP ranges. So you like Tor exit node list. This is a list of all Tor exit nodes from the past 16 hours that can contact 1111 on port 80. Interesting. So yeah, I think what Yelp does is they just like ingest this list and put it in their like block list to prevent people from using Tor. Which, like, I get, but for some people that's the only way they can access the internet. If Tor exit, yeah. It's supposed to provide feedback, but instead of feedback, we just have a spinning signing in circle. I see. Grimjaw asks, what are you working on? I'm working on improving performance for pytest, and answering questions in chat, because that's mostly what I end up doing on these streams. Assert len ret equals 1, assert len ret 0 equals 2. See, this is a poor man's assert ret equals again mockup any ret 0 0 is equal to plugin and assert ret 0 1 dot dist is equal to dist. Hey, what's up, Python developer? Python underscore developer. I'm also a Python developer. Vohio. I assume that's an Ohio. Thank you, Python developer, for the follow. Every follow counts. Let's see, we have a list of Tor IPs and it doesn't let you sign in, but it's supposed to say you can't use Tor on our site. Instead, it doesn't. That does seem pretty straightforward. Oh, the codebase is open source? Okay, well then, if you want to link me to the code, I'll read through it if you want. I'd be happy to poke at it. Hey, Anthony writes code. It's supposed to be an emote, but oh well, how's it going? Oh, it did end up being an emote. I was just mousing over it to see what the emote was. It tells me what the backing text is. It's going pretty well. Earlier in this stream, my brother, who I'm teaching programming, because he's a music major and went to graduate school for it as well, but he's been having trouble getting employed in that field because it's really hard. You essentially have to like, it's a lot of it's RNG and like how much effort you put into getting employed, but it's still like a 1 in a million chance of having a music career. So he's looking for a secondary career, and I was like, hey, I'll take time out of my week to sit down with you and teach you some basics about programming and get you up to speed on like Unix tools and that sort of thing. And so I've been doing like 2 to 4 hour sessions with him, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week, and teaching him stuff. But his computer died yesterday, or one of his laptop died yesterday, and so we didn't write down how to set up his computer, and so I basically walked him through that again on stream today, so that he could get back to working on his projects and stuff, and get that sorted out. But yeah, that's what the stream's been about so far, and now I'm getting back to like actually writing code like I usually do. Let's see. In over 4 years and 35 contributors, we've kind of gotten really spaghetti-like. Yeah, that tends to happen. How did you start on your career? Did you grind a lot of algorithms? I don't think I've ever done grinding on a lot of algorithms. My initial venture into programming was as a kid. I had a techie friend who I hung out with all the time, and like he did a bunch of programming and stuff. But well, I guess not a bunch, but like some programming. And I remember being in math class and being like, surely there's got to be a better way than typing in this stupid quadratic formula over and over and over. Like, it's always the same variables. Surely, like I could automate this in some way. And I knew my friend knew things about computers, and like I knew computers can automate stuff. And so I asked him like, oh well, how do I make this do things automatically? And I think the first version of the code the first version of this quadratic solver was in TI Basic, so like directly on my TI-82 or whatever it was, and poked around with that and like got that kind of working, and then we ported it to Visual Basic so that you could run it in a you could share a Microsoft Word document that had buttons in it that you could type in. This is basically because not everyone in the class had fancy calculators. I say fancy calculator, but it was like TI-82 is not exactly a fancy calculator. But we like distributed this Word document that had VB6 macros in it that let you solve the quadratic formula. That's kind of how I got started with programming. Then I got into like web development. This same friend and I built a bunch of websites together. Some of them were for like our school. We had a media productions course, and we built a website that basically had like trivia submission and like information about the people in the class and how that was getting run, and we updated it like once or twice a week. We also put games on the website because it was hosted on the school's server, and so they couldn't filter their own website, and so it was kind of like a loophole to allow us to play games at school. This is another website that we built together. Well, I guess I say together, but like Aaron wrote like some of the initial code, and then I wrote most of the rest of the code because I was like super passionate about this project. Interesting, it's reported as down. So this is Wave, which is my new internet service provider. But yeah, we worked on this website together, which is basically like splatting your IP address into images and like doing browser detection and OS detection and a bunch of other stuff like that. It's not perfect. Oh, what? That was weird. What happened there? I don't know why it showed the 404 page. But it's a little bit buggy. Like right now it identifies my Windows 10 machine as Windows NT4, which is totally wrong. But web development is then how I got into more software development from there. And then I had an internship out of high school where I was doing a QA job, quality assurance. The task that I was tasked with was like clicking through a bunch of like flows repeatedly and like reporting bugs on them. But then I just automated all of my job in my first week. So I wrote some code that basically did the clicking for me. And they're like, maybe QA was the wrong role for you. Let's put you into a development role. And so then that was like my first actual programming job. Then I did an internship at Yelp, and then I got a full-time offer at Yelp. I worked there for 5 years, and then I quit, and now I'm working at Lyft, where I do infrastructure development. I started as a front-end dev at Yelp, but then transitioned into like full stack, and then eventually like web infrastructure, and then kind of like whatever I wanted to work on. So hopefully that gives you some background. I do have a formal CS education. I went to school at the University of Michigan, where I originally studied biochemistry. I did that for 2.5 years before being like, fuck this is kind of boring, and it's a lot of, well, it's not boring. I really enjoyed it, but I didn't like the memorization, like the sheer amount of memorization for making biochemistry work. Also, I realized that in order to make it a profitable career, I would have had to like go to med school or like go to pharmacy school, and I was kind of sick of school at that point, so I switched to CS, which, I mean, I had much more of a passion for computers than I ever did for biochemistry anyway. But switched to CS, and then raced through to finish that degree. So I started my CS degree my 5th semester of school, and so like the beginning of my 3rd year, and finished it by the end of my 4th year. So I squished a 4-year program into 2 years, but basically made it happen. But anyway, that's the TLDR of my career. What is this plugin manager for? I'm just trying to get into open source development. This plugin manager, so Pluggy is a Python plugin manager. It's not used by too many things. There's 2 very large projects that use it. The main use is for pytest. Pytest uses Pluggy as its like loading and callback thing. If I can find the hook spec, yeah. So pytest has a bunch of different hooks where you can write custom code in plugins that cause pytest to do different things, and Pluggy is the thing that makes this all tick. And one of the things that Pluggy does is it loads plugin metadata from setup tools. So setup tools is one of the ways that packages get installed in Python. And they basically spit out some metadata on disk, and setup tools slurps that up and provides APIs for that. But I'm switching Pluggy from using setup tools to using a different package, which is faster at finding the setup tools metadata. You would think setup tools would be the best one, but it's really not. But by switching from setup tools to not setup tools, I can save like almost 300 milliseconds on pytest startup. But that's what I'm working on. That's some history about Pluggy. Nice, man. That's a really nice thing to do for someone. Yeah, no big deal. Oh, Sarcastic Dante pointed out it's for pytest. Let's see, if you want to poke through, feel free. Here's the link. I feel like I've heard of this project before. A web adaptation of the social deduction board game Secret Hitler. Oh, I've heard of the board game. That's what it is. Ooh, but it's a big... well, I guess it's just JavaScript. Not so bad. Let's see. Front end is React and jQuery. Ooh, React and jQuery? Don't the React people like usually go up in arms about jQuery? Like, jQuery, rah rah rah. When I started front end development, I was a jQuery developer, and I was not embarrassed about that. But we hate jQuery. Ooh, it's come a long way, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I liked jQuery, but I realize now that it's less necessary. Like jQuery is really good at it was really good at smoothing out the differences between like Internet Explorer and everything else. But now that that's less necessary, it's kind of fallen by the wayside. But I don't know, it was good back in the day. But now we have nicer things in browsers and modern features, and don't have to support IE6 or IE55 anymore, so it's less necessary. But anyway, I have a soft spot in my heart for jQuery. Oh, you're trying to get rid of jQuery. I guess that makes sense. We hate jQuery. Open issue to get rid of jQuery. How much is left? Destroy jQuery and JSX files. First will come the death of jQuery and all JSX files. Oh, it shouldn't be that hard to factor out though. At least you guys know like where you're using it. Big project. Couple hundred megabytes. It's fine. From, wait, what's the syntax? From jQuery, yeah. So like, how much is it being used with? Oh, like this isn't so bad to factor out. Like you could do document dot add event listener key down, and that mostly does the same thing, right? Look, I helped get rid of jQuery. Although if I remember right, this is normalized from jQuery, so you'd have to like fix that up. JavaScript E control key. Oh, not W3 schools. No, no, no. What? MDN. E down. This is mouse event though. Event listeners do the same thing, but we're trying to mainly get to only React. Oh, I guess that makes sense. So this doesn't make it better, it just makes it different. Like, in theory, you would want to use the React callbacks to get this to work. But anyway, I see that. Yeah, so where's the part where you have Tor? Oh, of course that's not gonna find what we want. Let's see, if we do word boundaries, we can find it. Doc/roadmap, IP ban all Tor IPs. Use of Tor. Oh, okay. So I think I know why your app is probably spinning forever. So this, it's just guessing. Like, I don't actually know this code base. I'm just like making a wild ass guess here. Your front-end code, which is searching for the response here for the sign-up. Let's see if I can... Let's see, secret Hitler. What is the express route for this? Account/signup. So this is the... Oh no, wait, what? That's the back end. Where's the front end? Here we go. Okay, so jQuery again. Oh, you do have a handler for 403. Wait, you can make functions that are numbered? What is this syntax? I've never seen this syntax before. What is this? How does this work? Someone explain this to me. Sandlordium, explain this to me. Is this like a... Like, I expect this to be a map, but these look like named functions. W3 schools. It's like ES6 switch. It kind of looks like a switch statement. It's not really though. Here's the noose. What is this? Someone explain this to me. This doesn't look right. I guess I could grab this code and stick it into a JavaScript parser, and then it'll tell me what it is. Why Nano? Have you tried other meme editors? Yeah, so joke's on me. I actually use Nano as my primary editor. I do know how to use Vim. So like, I'm not a complete noob, but that's not how that works. To get back to the thing that I was just looking at. What do you mean unmatched backslash whatever? But yeah, are these actual tabs? No way. That thing is some weird new syntactic sugar. Yeah, that was my guess, but I just like want to know what it is. Is there an online version of this so I can see what it is? Heavily tested, yeah. I know I've used refactorlib to do this before. Yes. I assume this is what the syntax looks like, and so if I parse this, I forget how to use this library. Let's see, XML from Node.js, return non-zero exit status 1. Cannot find module reflect. Reflect.js? Is it reflect? Just gonna randomly install a bunch of npm packages. Surely we'll get it right. Really? That's not it either? Oh, parser. So it is actually running now. But we're using an old version of Reflect, maybe? Yeah, but I want to know what the name of this this syntax construct is, because I don't know. Switch callback ES6 JavaScript. Like, it looks like a switch statement. Don't know if it's an anonymous function, but it won't have a name. Yeah, that makes sense. Load control in modern JavaScript. Surely that's what we'll see. I just want to know what this thing is called. Why is this so complicated? Nothing. Callback by response status ES6. Here we have status code stuff. No. Anyway, I'm okay, like, not understanding what that's doing. It's gonna bother me, but... But anyway, we'll just ignore that. Yeah, so apparently, so it should be falling into this 403 block, which I would imagine this submit error is where it's crashing. But then again, I have to like hook up Tor to actually trigger this, probably. Submit error, which should... oh, you probably need to hide this spinner. Loader.remove class active. Okay, yeah, this looks like it should work. The weirdest part is that the sign up part of this works and displays things properly. Oh, is it just login that's broken? Hey, what's up, Ethan? How's it going? How's your Saturday? The weirdest part is that the sign up part of this works. It's just log in. Oh, do you have like a pull request for this? Because it doesn't look like the Tor code is implemented for anything but sign up here. So there it is for sign up. Oh, is this the login part? Oh, this is sign in. Okay. That looks fine. / sign in front end. Oh, but it looks like it should just be going through this same path here. Unless there's two sign-ins. Oh, there's one down here. Login quick. This is probably the problem. I found an MDN article about functions and object shorthand. It was introduced in ES 2015 apparently. Hey, can you you can link that. There's no restriction on links in chat. I'd be interested in reading through that. But my guess here is that you're having trouble with this sign in or login quick situation because there's no callback here for the 403. Is that it, Sandlordium? Because this one up here looks fine for the not login crap. Login crap. Sorry, I was reading and speaking at the same time. Auto login crap. Remove later. That would be my guess. Remove class. Yeah, there's quite a lot of jQuery here. Starting with ECMAScript 2015, a shorter syntax for method definitions on object initializers is introduced. It is a shorthand for a function assigned to the method's name. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely what's happening here. Interesting. Did not know that was a thing. And apparently you can number them, which I don't think is a thing in JavaScript. Yeah, unexpected number. But you can do it here, apparently? That's so weird. I guess it makes sense, because, like, non-ambiguous identifiers, or, like, keys will get auto-promoted to strings, and so it doesn't care that they're not a valid identifier? Huh. Interesting. I guess I just hadn't seen that before. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for the link. But Sandlordium, is quick login being run here, or is it this normal login flow here? Is it, like, reading this code, it looks like it should be working. Unless it's the quick login, which would make sense. Like, this doesn't have a 403 handler, and so there's nothing to ever stop this. But anyway, let's get back to Pluggy. I think I had the test passing. I don't remember anymore because we went on a tangent. Pytest release. Pytest release, if I can spell. You see in the code you're looking at, they're not always using the shorthand. Yeah. That's not how this works. Yeah, so like, this is not, well, these aren't methods, so. But anyway, I see what you mean, yeah. Oh, some places had 200 to function? Oh yeah, sure enough. Yeah, so like these could be just changed to this. And that would be the same thing. Nifty. Oh, what did I do here? py.js. Oh, they're all Windows lines. Shoot. I want Unix to DOS? Not all of them are. Dang it. Oops. Oh, I blew away. Okay, yeah, I only blew away these changes. Source ASCII text with CRLF line terminators. How do I make getdiff not mad? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not actually going to commit this. Oops. They've got a bug in their pre-commit config. Probably copy pasted. This should say language version, not Python version. Oh, also they're using an old version of Black. Let's just auto-update them. Their functions 30 plus 20 pren. Is that really, that works? What? JavaScript is weird, man. I'm not gonna try and think too hard about that. 19.3 beta 0. JavaScript, what? Yeah. It's pretty whack. JavaScript is weird. Yeah, I can confirm. Wait, wasn't this originally not a number? Maybe that's array plus object? Object plus array is 0. Can't remember which one it was, but anyway. Apparently I don't have push permission to Pluggy, which is interesting because I'm part of the group that totally should, right? Yeah, I'm part of pytest core, which maybe that doesn't count for Pluggy, even though it's in the pytest organization. I made a pull request today. We did it. They changed it? Wait, they changed it? How did they get away with changing it? Yeah, I definitely thought it was supposed to be not a number because the whole WAT video, JavaScript WAT, goes over that. This is short enough, right? Watch this. 4 minutes.
All right,
yeah.
good. You guys know what WAT means?
Out loud.
WAT. Exactly. Let's talk about Ruby. In Ruby, if you reference an undefined variable, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And if you try to assign B to A with them undefined, of course it name errors, as you would expect. And what happens if you try to assign A to A with A undefined? Nil. Correct. Nil. Wat. Let's talk about Ruby. Ruby, unlike some other dynamic languages, does not have bare words, so you cannot just type words in and have strings come out, unless you define a particular method missing that does the right thing. And then if you type bare words, suddenly Ruby supports bare words. And in fact, it will even support bare words with bangs in them. And this is not deserving of WAT. This is actually a result of how awesome Ruby is. But if you ever actually do this, then WAT. Let's talk about JavaScript.
All right, this is the part where the not a number comes in.
Does anyone know in JavaScript what array plus array is? Well, let me ask you this first. What should array plus array be?
Empty array.
Empty array, I would also accept type error. That is not what array plus array is. Wrong. Wrong. Array plus array is empty string. Obviously, I think that's obvious to everyone. Now, what would array plus object be? This should obviously be type error because those are completely disparate types. Does anyone know what this is? No. Close. No. Far away. It's object. Right. Nicely done. Now, of course, because this is plus, so you can flip the operands and the same thing comes out. So if we do, what? No, that's just an object. If you do object plus array, you should get exactly the same thing, which, as you can see, you do. And finally, the only one of these that's actually true is, because you add arrays, you get empty string, that doesn't make sense. But an object plus an object is actually not a number, technically. So this one's actually right.
It's changed now.
And exactly, right? Like, what is even going on in this lab? I don't even understand what person with a brain in their head would think that any of this is a good idea. Okay. Enough making fun of languages that suck. Let's talk about JavaScript. If I say array.new 16, or just array 16, good. I get an array of 16 things, which it represents as 16 commas, which is obvious. And if I then join those with a string, then I get the string 16 times. This is actually the only line in this entire presentation that's reasonable. Now, if I take that string and then add a 1 to it, it interprets the 1 as, or casts the 1 to a string, and then we get wat1 a bunch of times. Fine. Does anyone know what will happen if I subtract 1 from the string? I'm assuming no one does. I'll give you a hint. Does this help? Does anyone know?
Oh, you still get not a number on Firefox Nightly? I wonder what it does in Chrome. Let's see, can you still do this in... Nope, you can't do it there. Inspector then. Array plus array. Huh, weird. So it must be a V8 specific thing? Because I'm using Node.js. See what Firefox does. Got our Firefox window over here, which is what I usually use. Console. Object plus object. Not a number. Yeah, weird. Why is it different in Chrome? Weird. I don't know. Something must have changed, I guess. Implementation specific WAT. Why is object plus object JavaScript different in Node.js? Like, I'd be kind of surprised if they changed that. Granted, like, no one should ever hit that. Also, the music stopped. There we go. Oh, I don't want to full screen you. Go away. I don't know. It must have changed. Maybe Firefox is behind, maybe Node is buggy, or V8 is buggy, I don't know. I'm sure there's an explanation for it somewhere, but I don't really know how to Google for it, so... Object plus array is not a number? Okay. That's because string plus array is not a number. Oh, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why is this different? What in the... Oh, it's the string, not a number. Is it evaluated not in order? What's going on here? I don't know. Not gonna think about it. That'll be for another day. Let's see. An unread notification. No, we're not gonna look at that one on stream. I do have this, which has just been opened up about pre-commit. String wat -1 is legit not a number. Yeah, that makes sense. That should be not a number. Oh, why did this fail the tests? What error here? Is on branch has incompatible type set stir expected frozen set. Yeah, we'll fix that for them. I don't think they meant to type frozen set. JavaScript has exceptions now, like actual exceptions, because you used to be able to throw like strings and be fine with that. The Mark J is their remote. I'm just gonna fix their branch for them. Oops. Pre-commit hooks. I mean, you can throw literally any type in C++. Yeah. That's true. Some of them are hard to catch, though. You can throw anonymous types in C++, if I remember right. Typing set Python. Is there like a generic abstract set is maybe what I want? Mutable set. I think abstract set is what we want. Generic version of abc.set. Is this new in some version? Hopefully not. Get remote, add this. Why did that not work? Oh, it was before I CD'd, of course. I think that'll work. Then we won't have to... I mean, we can still frozen set these, we don't have to change the test. Let's see. Abstract is in 3.5. Cool. Oh, I guess I could have just checked myself. Cool. Although that's not always enough to validate because there's stuff that got introduced in patch versions, which is a little bit annoying. And I think probably shouldn't have happened, but whatever. It's marked provisional for a reason. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I shouldn't complain. Also, like, everyone should be on the latest patch version. Of course they aren't, but they should be. Yeah, but, like, you have stable distributions like Debian or whatever that can't upgrade. because it's hard. And especially when, I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes CPython changes binary compatibility between patch versions, and so people can't upgrade, which is frustrating, and happens. But yeah, this should be good to merge after that is done. The basic change here is to allow wildcards in this no commit to branch hook. So right now they're just static strings. Object plus array plus object is the string object 3 times. At least it's back to objects. I'll find the video after dinner. Until then, see you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sandlordium. Hopefully I'll still be around later, but who knows. No promises. Okay, so I should be able to unwork in progress this, and then I'll go back to fixing my pytest branch, because my pytest branch had all sorts of things that were broken. But I should be able to simplify it now. We can just go from here. This attempts to switch the backing metadata lookup from package resources slow to import lib metadata fast. I had to expose one drive property on top of the import lib metadata distribution class to make it look like the package resources one. But otherwise this should be drop-in. At least for pytest, this isn't enough to get the full performance boost, since pytest imports package resources itself, but baby steps. I'll be following up with the pytest branch I link it here. Yes, it is. In this. Cool, looks good. Oh, while I'm here, might you have an idea why all repos would raise an exception when pushing / making a PR at some point? Yes, I think I know why that happens. At least I've seen it before. Let's see, push. I assume you're using the GitHub pull request pusher. There's one like slight weirdness. Why are all my tabs black? Oh, I guess because the GitHub logo is transparent and black. Makes sense. Let me close some tabs. I have too many right now. That's what we're working on. That's that. More exit nodes, plugins, jQuery. Yeah, so we're here. Yeah, so the problem is this push here. If there's a branch that already exists at the same branch name, it'll fail here. Because I was kind of torn between doing this as a force push or not. I think I convinced myself at one point in time that force push was okay here, but I didn't make the change, and I can't remember why I didn't make the change. But the trick would be to pick a unique branch name, or like make sure all of their all repos auto fixers have been merged up until that point. I think Chris showed me that you ran an OCF, a fixer against OCF recently. So I guess I can look at what you specified for the branch name there. What was the one that he linked to me to? Recommit. Interesting. Yeah, this is one. Oh, but this has a branch name. This was for the Jinja one, right? Yeah, you did one of them manually, but so this one just has the generic all repos sed branch name. And so if you had ever run an all repos sed but hadn't merged it before, or like it hadn't like it hadn't merged it or hadn't deleted the merged branch, then this branch would still exist, and so the push would fail. And so like the fix there is just to use all repos sed help is to manually specify a different branch name. Which actually, now that I talk that out, it kind of makes sense why it isn't force push. Because if you ran two auto fixers that did different things, you wouldn't want it to clobber the old branch if it was still open. I did specify a branch name though. Doesn't look like it here. This looks like the default branch name. Unless all repos sed has a bug there, which is possible. Branch name. Yeah, it just defaults to all repos sed, which sticks in this component right here. Trugs? I don't know. That's my guess. Yeah, without seeing the output, I can't know for certain. Or like without knowing which repo it errored on. Like I could maybe figure it out if you know what repo it failed to push on. But without that, I don't know, sadly. Oh, and the lawn people are here, right on time. Oh, so this one worked, but it was not, but the one in approved didn't? Oh wait, you were showing me that this had a custom branch name, right? Yeah, this one has a custom branch name. Weird. I don't know what's going on there. That's, it seems strange to me. This is a solid branch name. Alright. Yeah, I don't have an answer there. Doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, if you hit it again, yeah, save the output, make an issue. It shouldn't error in that case. But it's possible. Okay. So what was I doing? Oh, I was commenting on this. This is no longer a work in progress. Technically, as far as I can tell, this version is compatible with pytest, as is due to the distribution shim. Yeah, no problem. Happy to support my software. Oh, this is bothering me. We're just gonna mark this as red. Okay, so this is only half of the import lib metadata story. The other half is the pytest PR, which is here. Although I think I've removed more code than I should have here. And so, oh, and it's conflicting already? Great, perfect, awesome. So I have to go back and fix up this here. But let's do that. First we'll fetch. Already conflicts, and there was only 21 commits that happened that were different. Let's see what's different. Oh. Fix up namespace packages. Package resources, import, fix up namespace packages. Nothing, okay. Head is upstream, so we want this. Okay, so this should be back to almost my patch, which is fine. And that looks right. This is where we switched from package resources to packaging. This I can actually put back. Pytest, help config. Project name. Hey, what's up, DOTCH? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. This one I switched to packaging. This one I should switch back. Pytest terminal. Project name. Oh, I can switch this back to being... back to like this. Accept that commit. I read it as Diego Titch. That works too, or Diego I don't know. TCH seems fine to me. I don't know. We'll just have to. Maybe Diego will tell us how to pronounce it. Okay, let's look at this diff again. Well, there are more project name entries here, so we might need to fix those up as well. But anyway, I think the next step is to look at which tests are failing and start fixing those tests. First would be to install import lib metadata. These are not ordered at all. So I'm gonna set up an environment without running the tests, and then I'll be able to manually run tests. But I also don't know which tests were failing because none of them ran. And the pytest test suite is pretty big. Well, that didn't take long. Oh, did you find the output? $401 unauthorized. That seems weird. Oh, is your token maybe expired? Your push token? I haven't run in all repos in a while, so I assume it still works. I just made it a week or so ago. Do the OCF repos require two-factor tokens? I know some orgs set that up, like Lyft sets that up. And I assume approve is not anything different configured than the other ones, although I can't tell because I'm not part of the org. But you personally have access to this, which this shows. It's really weird. I don't know when the last all repos thing that I ran was, though. Let's see. All repos incantations. The lawn people are now on the roof, which is a little concerning, but hopefully it's fine. Oh yeah, I haven't done this in a while. Although one thing that I could do right now, let's see, Travis CI default Python. This seems like a really sketch thing that they did. They announced on April 8th that they were going to switch the default Python from 2.7 to 3.6, and then they changed it on the 18th. Like, they gave people... Or, no, they changed it on the 16th. So they gave people literally 8 days notice, like, hey guys, we're changing the Python version. Good luck, have fun. But apparently I can drop anything where I set Python version to 3.6, I guess, now. Not that I have many Travis files that do that. They really gave people a ton of time. Yeah, I think it's bullshit, if you ask me. All repos clone. I guess this will tell me whether my token is broken just from pulling. I guess it won't tell me whether I push or not. Hey, thank you, Lucas Wonderly, for the follow. Every follow counts. 8 days, that's a lot of time, actually. I mean, they didn't really announce it anywhere where people are gonna see it. I'm sure lots of people got super surprised by this, and, like, I would be salty, personally. Fortunately, all of my stuff specifies the versions exactly, so it's not really a big deal, but at the same time, like, I could see some people being pretty mad. Like, usually that you don't just do that with that little notice. Like, usually you'll be years in advance before you change a version like that. But I don't know. I feel like the Travis ship is kind of sailed. Why not? I mean, like, going from 2.7 to 3.6 is a pretty big incompatibility shift. Now, granted, like, as long as the projects are set up in a good way to begin with, it shouldn't have been a big deal. Let's spice the industry up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good change. Like, going from 2.7 to 3.6 is great. It's just surprising. Python 3.6 in Travis.yaml. So I guess I can change all of these to not use Python 3.6. So let's do that. All repos said /Python 3.6 /d in .travis.yaml. Branch name. I guess I want commit message. Python 3.6 is the default in Travis now. Branch name Travis Python 3.6. And we'll dry run, and then we can set it to just those repos. All repos scrap repos. Python 3.6 and travis.yaml. Okay, kind of a crazy command. We'll see if it does what I want. Oh, we should put a $sign here. So we'll do the dry run first. That looks good. Yeah, so let's remove dry run and commit that. And we'll see if it breaks in the same way that Ethan's broke. The first one worked. Seems like it's working for me. I don't know what's going on with your run, Ethan. I would generate a new token and make sure it has the right permissions. It's possible that GitHub changed the permissions. And I know the token that I use for my all repos has more permissions than it needs because I use it for other stuff too. Settings tab. Is it bad that it's so hard for me to find the GitHub settings tab that I usually go to all repos and then click this link here? Stop. But let's see. Never used. I don't think that's true because I've definitely deployed. My website exists, right? I've definitely deployed it. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see. Used within the last week. No, that's the lift one. This one. I think this token is the one that I'm using. Yeah, which has repo permission, which is full read and write. And private. Maybe that's what's different. I guess I'll give it all the permissions. Who cares about security? This is the permission that I gave it. I just checked repo. So maybe that would help. Hey, what's up? Who's Savvy? How's your Saturday going? But yeah, this should have generated PRs for me. That is what I did too. Great. What are you working on? So I'm working on kind of two things right now. My primary goal was to speed up pytest by switching the plugin management backend from setup tools to import lib metadata, which makes it like 300 milliseconds faster to run a command, or to run every command. But then I got distracted by an oddity in a multiple repository management tool that I wrote called All Repos. Which allows you to do distributed refactorings. And for whatever reason, Ethan is getting this error here. Which seems unfortunate. But I was trying to look into that and figure out why that's broken. And so I was like, oh, I'll just run the command myself and see whether it's failing for me. And it looks like it's not failing for me because these all got created just fine without issues. But who knows? Who knows what's up? Did you add the repo by HTTPS? Oh, that might be what it is. Where was Ethan's output? That up again. Oh, this is the post request. Yeah, this always goes by HTTPS. Doesn't have a choice. I don't know what's up with that. But the all repos by default clones over SSH, so HTTPS doesn't get involved. In fact, I don't think there's a way to configure it to not do that. But yeah, it looks like all of these passed, so I can just merge these. Generate my API traffic for the day. This should technically deploy my website, I think. Because one of these was my website. Oh, I guess I should also add that invocation to my list of invocations. All repos incantations. Oops, I missed the backslash there. And we don't need this part. This applies the following diff. Grab one of these. What else do I usually put in here? The blog link. I'll link the blog. The blag. Dorping? Dropping. Default. Python 3.6. That's good. Oh, dang it. You gonna link to it? Nope. There we go. Oops, I shift entered. Back here. Cool, so this is the addition that I just made to this file. But yeah, I've used all repos in the past to do similar things like this, like removing dist trusty because that was the default, or removing sudo false because that was the default, or I upgraded Python 3.6 to Python 3.7 for appver. That's what I wanted to do. Fixed up the readmes for pre-commit. I've removed. Oh, this was. Feels like this was not that long ago, but it's been quite a long time now. Oh, I should put the date. Dang it. Alright, let me put the date. Oh, I didn't put the date on any of those other ones. Well, I'll just not put the date anymore. That's what commit history is for, right? Surely. And thank you for the pull request. It's always nice when other people write your code for you. Do you primarily work with Python? Most recently, yes. Although, if you would have asked me the same question, I don't know, 6 years ago, I would have said either C# or C++. Actually, 6 years ago, I would have said JavaScript. 7 years ago, I would have said C++. 8 years ago, I would have said C#. 10 years ago, I would have said PHP. It changes a lot, but for the last like 7 or so years, like almost everything that I write is Python. That isn't to say that I don't write a bunch of JavaScript or Go or C++ or C. Because I definitely do those as well. How old are you? I would have assumed about 20 to 25. That's pretty close. I am 27. I'll be turning 28 in July. Hashtag old, I guess, at this point. But I feel so young. Thank you for assuming. Did you assume that because I'm immature for my age? I kid. Oh, why do I have so many emails? What happened? Oh, it's Travis telling me that things passed. Which is whatever. Not just the way you look. Alright. I'm flattered then. I look young, I guess. Cool. This job ran using the default Python version, which was updated to Python 3.6. Yes, I just tried to do that, so I'm glad that you're telling me that as well. Not building real master. Cool. Did I merge this? Yeah, I merged this. Very cool. I apparently don't have the permission to merge this one, so that one will just have to stay. But anyway, back to pytest. So... I wanted to editable install myself so that I can live run the code without having to do other stuff. And I can start running the test suite. Oh, right. The pytest test suite is at a folder called testing, but literally every project that I work on that's not pytest puts it at tests instead. I don't know why this one's different. Why is this one? Oh, right. I need to also install my version of Pluggy. So that... Oh no, I don't want to do that. No! Hope that didn't blow it away. Okay, we're good. Okay, so now I'm just gonna be fixing tests in theory. The dummy dist has no attribute files. Okay, so we gotta fix that. File is this in? Testing/acceptance test. Enough to make that pass? Sweet. I think we have the first test file that is passing, maybe. 1% done. This is gonna be... It's gonna be one of those hurry up and wait projects, isn't it? Test import hook installation. Test installed plugin rewrite plain. Oh, this is the one of the ones that I wasn't sure how to fix, I think. Make sure the hook is installed early enough so that plugins installed via setup tools are rewritten. Test installed plugins rewrites. How do I make this less broken? There we go. Just trying to make this a little bit more readable here. What's up, Who Savvy? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Okay, so what is going on here? We make a temporary directory, and inside of that we write a pytest fixture, several pytest fixtures. Oh, here's the window size. 80. Main wrapper, which sets up these plugins. This looks right. Distributions. Oh, this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This should have been a tuple. Yield dummy entry point. So this monkey patch is broken. That's why that's failing. But there's like 2 levels of imported metadata that I need to fix here. One of them is distributions, and the other is, you know what, I don't remember. But I can grep. Oh, that only hits distributions. Maybe it's in Pluggy that it does different stuff. Oh, that's what happens when you don't look at a branch for 2 weeks and then try and understand what the code was doing. This looks like it should be right. I don't understand why it's not being right. Type error, none type object is not subscriptable. That seems important. Oh, at least that seems related. None-type is not subscriptable.
That's the way being is made up.
Oh, metadata is none? How is metadata none? Ah. Does that fix it? Maybe? That looks green. Nice. Okay. So on to the next file, I guess. You can't find the video, Sandlordium? I've made a couple WAT videos myself. Want to see some of my favorite Python WATs? So the first is, this one was showed to me by a friend. So there's this expression, false equals equals false in false, which is the questionable one. So you might first say, okay, well, what if we put params around this side? False equals equals false is true, true is in false should be false, so this should be false. Cool, it is. If you do false equals false in false, so put the parentheses on the other side, because who knows, one of these probably has higher operator precedence, right? This should be true because false is inside the array false, so true is equal to false should also be false. And yeah, that's definitely false. But if you put it all together, you get true, which is WAT enough in itself. And the way this executes is actually a little bit strange. This expands to false equals equals false and false in false. And so that's why that's true. So that's one fun WAT. see. So this one requires an old version of Python because I think they fixed it. Let's see, class A. Class B, you can inherit the none type. Type of none. Yeah, so now I have a class which, oh, they fixed the repr maybe? Or it didn't break the repr? None type is not an acceptable base class. Descriptor repr of none type object needs an argument. Oh, I guess I could have done repr B, that's what I wanted. Yeah, so this B object looks like none, but it is not none. But you can inherit from none, I guess, as long as you multiple inherit, which is kind of weird. This is definitely a bug. They definitely fixed it. I think in like the latest Python, this is not a thing anymore. So it's back to erroring like it should. What other WATs do I have? Oh, you found it. It's kind of long, but the first 4 minutes are the best. Okay, fine. We'll watch the first 4 minutes.
Ever.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Alex Engelberg. I didn't really reverse my slides that much.
This is pretty good.
I'm basically going to stand at the podium without moving around much. I'm probably just going to read all the words directly off the slide verbatim. Chances are that you can read faster than I can talk, in which case when you finish reading the end of this sentence, there'll be an awkward moment where even though you're done reading it, I'm still not done saying it. So you just have to sit there and wait for me to finish talking before we can go on to the next bullet point. Also, fun fact about me, I like pizza.
This slide is about me, but this talk isn't about me, it's about you. It's about us. It's about community. It's about the 80% of you that are jammed into the equivalent of a cheap budget airline middle seat. It's about building. It's about us. It's about me saying nothing of substance, but saying it in a way that sounds like maybe there is. You knew this was coming, so let's get it over with. Profound. You take the dictionary and you split it apart and then you're done. It's that simple. So let's do just that. Pro, from the Latin, professional. This talk is going to be very professional. And found. We found all the content in your talks. Thanks. So who are we?
No.
We are Random Corp, and our mission is to change the world. How do we do it? We leverage blockchain technology to power IoT solutions in the cloud, using machine learning at scale to optimize cryptocurrency ICOs with Kubernetes. Everybody in this room should work for Random Corp. We're amazing. We've got it all figured out, and we have some very unique perks. Alex, why don't you tell them about them?
Weekly invigorating leadership speeches. Half-finished research projects to put on your resume.
You're welcome.
Late paychecks.
That happened once. One time, Alex.
Triplet programming?
Pair programming is like super last year.
Hey, what's up, viable clan member?
So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this talk, it's that software is hard.
An interesting username choice.
And one thing that we didn't really consider...
Okay, that's enough of this. But this is a good talk. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's basically like making fun of every talk that's ever happened, but also at the same time has enough believability for it to be a reasonably real talk. But it's pretty special. I would encourage you guys to check it out. Sounds a bit like motherfuckingwebsite.com. This is pretty good too. It's responsive. You dumbass. You thought you needed media queries to be responsive. But no, responsive means that it responds to whatever motherfucking screen size is viewed on. This site doesn't care if you're on an iMac or a Tamagotchi. Ooh, it's responsive! Yeah. That's pretty good too. Alright, so I'm just checking through tests one at a time now. Unfortunately, I don't want to restart from the beginning, and there is a thing that pytest does that makes this easier, but I don't remember how to use it, so we're doing it this way. Want to play a PSA video? I mean, if it's appropriate, I'll play it. It's safe for Twitch. Okay. I will bravely click on a YouTube video. Very loud. Is this a song about... What are they sniffing? What? Petrol. I see. Is this a meme now? Thank you D&D Wanted for the follow. Every follow counts. In the current space. Okay, that's enough of this. I think I get the idea. My favorite is when they're like, we had to choose our backend, and since we were at a closure conference, we chose the obvious choice, Google Sheets. So that was actually, that was my favorite part of the talk too, because, I talked about this last stream, but I shit you not, Lyft has a service whose backend data store is Google Sheets. Actually, we have more than one service whose backend is Google Sheets. And we have an entire Sheets service. But yeah, my team's current meme is that Sheets is like a highly scalable data store and like cross data center, and it's sharded because Google and like all this other stuff. I also like how they have memcached twice. Yeah, I mean you definitely need 2 levels of memcached. Yes, that talk is great. Well, we have more test failures. Not good. Error importing plugin, my test plugin. Oh, this is probably another place where I have to monkey patch the stuff again. Yeah, I'm still using package resources here. Hey, what's up, Megzilla? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Megzilla. Megzilla. Accessible to a person who has never read Closure and likely never will. Yeah, sounds like me. I guess I've read like enough Closure to be like, oh, it's functional. Oh, I don't really want to write it. No offense to anyone who writes Closure, it's just not for me. Too many parentheses. Yeah. That's how I feel about most functional languages. They have their place, and don't get me wrong, I wish I was smart enough to use them, but I just don't. Parentheses could be hate speech. Yeah. Okay, let's try and replicate the same distributions monkey patch here. Okay, so we have a dummy entry point. The dummy entry point has a name, pytest plugin. It has a load function, which raises import error. And we have a distribution. Which has a version of files and an entry points. Entry points. Anyway, I'm off to work on a command line tool. I will be lurking that. Yeah, cool. Thanks for stopping by. Will you let your CLI users specify global arguments after the main params as well as before? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Will you let your CLI users specify global arguments after the main params as well as before? So I think what you're asking is something like if I run precommit run all files, which is a command line tool that I wrote, that works. However, if you do, because it's a subcommand, but if you do it before, this is an error because it's not part of a subcommand. So like I see how that's a problem. Oh, you're talking about Docker run. Yeah, Docker run has this problem where the positional arguments are required for certain places. So like if you do Docker run Ubuntu Bionic bash -ti and you put -ti at the end, it's actually passing ti into bash. If I can do it like this, which errors because it's not a TTY, although I'm trying to run it in interactive mode. So you have to have TI here. At least with bash, you can, or at least with Docker, you can kind of make it work better by putting -- here. And then like you have your command line arguments. But yeah, like it depends on what tools and like what calling pattern I need to work with. But I've definitely seen it be an issue, especially with like things that take positional and non-positional arguments. I suppose that's going to be a feature to pass args to the entry point. Yeah, like you need to be able to pass arguments here, I guess. So you could do bash like --c echo hi, for instance. And like these are arguments to this entry executable, which is different than entry point actually, because there's entry point bash where you could get rid of this here, and then this is the command portion, but it happens to run it with bash. So that works. Docker's a little special. Like, I understand why this ordering is necessary here. There are commands where I don't understand why it's necessary. Like, git grep really bothers me. So if I could do like git grep -hi, or like, I don't know, this, and then I want it case insensitive, it'll tell me, like it'll know that I wanted it to be an option, but it'll still complain at me and say they must come before non-optional options, which I like really grinds my gears. Like it absolutely should work fine to do this, but it doesn't. This one I can complain about. Docker I can see, but this one I can complain about. This one really bothers me, and I do this all the time. Git grep, light years ahead of my Git knowledge. Yeah, git grep is amazing. It allows you to search only your checked in files. So instead of doing like grep -R this, dash I, which it works fine for grep, like drugs. But anyway, grumble grumble. Distributions. Yeah, so I think this simulates what we had before. Let's see if the test passes now. Gitlog -G is the shit. Also, yeah, that's true. So like if you wanted to see, I don't know, what do I have in my paste method? Nothing of use. But like if I want to see when shallow cloning was added to pre-commit, I can search for commits that changed this shallow argument. And you can see that Dano contributed all these commits that modified those. And then you can also add -p to show the patches of those commits as well. You can see like this changed a line that contained shallow underscore, and so it shows up in this output here. But you can see all of the commits that modified that. But yeah, it's pretty nice. It's one of those things like I wish I knew earlier, but alas, I only learned it at some point. Oh, nice! I just used the ID for that one. Yeah, so like a lot of IDs will like highlight you what commit changed whatever line you're looking at, which is pretty good. This line disabled to check for Windows. Yeah. We ended up fixing this, I think. Oh no, we didn't. Yeah, no, this is correct. But when I switch to Azure, which I still haven't done for most of my repos because I've been too busy doing other stuff, Azure is running a new enough version of Git, so we can remove this line. But anyway, we do the same thing here. Import lib metadata. Wait, we have 3 failing tests. We went from 2 to 3. Did that wrong then. What is this test supposed to do? This plugin pre-parse prevents setup tools from loading. I think this is just supposed to be the same thing here. Plugin module placeholder. Turn plugin module placeholder. Know any good guides for git flow? I don't know what git flow is. Git flow. I don't know how to get blame from a specific ref though. Oh, that's easy. So let's say that I just went back in history to right here at this commit. And I wanted to look at the blame of precommit config.yaml. You can just pass the revision directly in there and then use this -- specifier to say these are file names and not git refs. And then it'll show you the blame from that point here. And another thing that I often find is useful is like in here I might be like, oh, well, oh, this is when autopep8 was added, but I want to see what it said before it said autopep8. And so you can copy that SHA directly out of there, paste it in here and put a caret after it, and that'll say, show me the blame of this file right before this commit. And so you can see right before that, before it was autopep8, it was autopep8 wrapper here. So it's one of those kind of useful tools to splunk through the history. And so you can see like in 2018, I changed it to autopep8, but before that, it was also me, but in 2014. So this is one of those things that it's like, somebody showed me this and I was like, oh, that makes this way easier to splunk through the code. But then again, like gitlog -G would also show me the same thing, and I might have found it faster with git log -G instead of like running a command, copying and pasting, and running another command. But it works alright. I don't actually know. It's possible I use Gitflow, I just don't know how it works. What is Gitflow? Gitflow is a branching model for Git created by this dude. It attracted a lot of attention because it's very well suited to collaboration and scaling the development team. Oh, this is where you have like a develop branch and a master branch. Yeah, we kind of use like a modified version of this for pytest, and it works alright. Although in pytest's form, we have 2 branches. So we have master, which is where we send bug fix feature or bug fix feature branches. Bug fix branches, that's probably a way to put it. And then we have features, which is where we do our minor releases from, and then we just merge them back and forth. I have worked at places where we use develop, or like, I guess Yelp didn't really use Gitflow, but some engineers managed some repositories with Gitflow, and I really don't like it. I like to just merge straight to master and like make releases directly from master. I think adding a second level of indirection just makes things more confusing, and you're more likely to end up with conflicts. That -- is nice. Have you tried Mercurial? Yes, I have used Mercurial. I'm really bad at it though. Like my current, so my version control system history, I use, my first version control system was SVN, and most of the places where I used SVN, it was just me working on the repository, so I wasn't really conflicting with people, so I don't have, I guess I don't have a full opinion of SVN, because it was basically just like commit to master, push, or commit to trunk and push. And then I learned Git in like 2012 while at Yelp. Before that, was it shared FTP? Yes. Yes, it was. It absolutely was shared FTP. And index.2 or index.php.2, index.php.3, like test.php, like that's definitely what it was before that. Before that, was it floppy disks? I actually didn't use floppy disks all that much. I spent a bunch of my personal money to get USB drives pretty early on. I have my first USB drive here somewhere, I think. But my first USB drive was a solid 512 megabyte. Oh yeah, here it is. It was a 512 megabyte drive, and it's titanium. Kind of see it there. And it has a push button, retractable USB, which is pretty nice. I don't know if you guys can see that. Is it backwards? Anyway, USB. And this was 512 megabytes, and you could run it over with a car, which is why I bought it, because it was fancy or whatever. And I think I spent $55 on it, which actually was a pretty good price for that size of USB drives back in the day. But I remember, like, it was one of the first USB 2.0 devices, but all of the ports at school were USB 1.1, and so, like, whatever. It didn't have all of the advanced fastness. Ooh, USB, how new and fancy. Yeah. Remember the time Bill Gates plugged a scanner into Windows for the first time in a blue screen? Yes, I do remember that. That was... Look at this fancy plug-and-play technology! Boom! Yeah. But, anyway. I have used Mercurial. I'm a complete noob at it. I'm not gonna lie, whenever I have to contribute to a Mercurial project that I've contributed to before, I delete my fork of it and then refork and then make my patch on the default branch and then PR from that. And I haven't bothered learning any better than that, which has suited me well enough, I guess. But at the same time, like, slightly embarrassing. Okay, so these 3 tests are failing. I need to figure out how to fix those. Dummy entry point has no attribute group. Group equals pytest 11. Wait, we want that on the entry points. That now. Oh, I made 2 of the test pass. I just gotta fix the 3rd one. Did not raise import error. Oh, this is from my pluggy branch. What is SR? Twitch command SR. Song request. So I put these up on YouTube later. So the current playlist that I go through is copyright free music, and so I tend to keep it that way. But yeah, so I tend to not play songs. Sorry. If I did listen to music, but like this is not the typical music that I listen to on a day-to-day basis. Like most of my music is like late 90s, early 2000s, like alternative punk rock. Like most of my music is like All American Rejects or Emberlin, Blink-182, Cage the Elephant, Dashboard Confessional, Green Day, Hollywood Undead, Linkin Park, that kind of stuff. It's my typical jam. It sounds like Minecraft music. Yeah. How old will we be until 90s music is public domain? That's a good question. How long does public domain last? Public domain music. How does that work? How does public domain work US? Public domain, not covered, blah blah blah. Every work first published before 1923 has been in the public domain since 1998. What does that mean? Does that mean it takes 85 years? No, 95 years? Damn, we're gonna have to be real old. 96 years ago. Fuck, why is this so complicated? Yeah, 2085. Rip us, I guess. Error plugin init.cc. Start required. No output plugin found. Did you forget to install the audacious plugins? Abort core dumped audacious. That sounds sounds pretty special. You know it's good software when it segfaults and core dumps on startup. Good times. Our newest like SSH wrapper tool for getting onto hosts at Lyft is written in Go. It used to be written in Python, where like it would give at least like nice error messages or stack traces when it died catastrophically. Like I don't think I ever stack traced it, but the newest one produces core dumps whenever you do something even slightly wrong or sneeze in its general vicinity. Let me see if I can find the screenshot that I have of it. It was just like my first use of it was surprise core dump. Oh no, I didn't take a screenshot of that. Thank you, Arun, for following. Every follow counts. Yes, I work at Lyft. I started on the provisioning team at Lyft, which was responsible for all of the developer infrastructure as well as the production infrastructure, basically keeping the site up and like keeping hosts scaling and such and all that jazz. And now I work on the developer experience team, where I build tools and software that make developers as productive as possible. My like biggest passion for technology is developer tools, so I'm exceptionally happy working on that at Lyft. I also get to leverage a lot of open source tools as well as like tools that I wrote like Precommit, which we're currently rolling out to developers to wean them off of our crazy ass Docker solution that they currently have to use for linting and stuff, to just run lints directly on their laptop. Thank you, Proximity, for the follow, as well as Professor Elements 1 and Viable Clan member. Thank you guys. Every follow counts, even 3 at once, which some crazy timing there. But yeah, so we're currently leveraging this so that, why does it keep dinging? Oh, I guess because all of the notifications were backed up. That's how that works. But yeah, we're currently using this to replace our slow Vagrant VirtualBox Docker setup that currently runs in people's laptops. And this tool pre-commits supports many different platforms and many different programming languages, particularly like Linux, Mac OS, and Windows. But it allows them to quickly run code formatter and code linters locally, as well as integrates with Git, so you can use it as Git hooks as well. What are your thoughts on Rancher? I've heard of it. Let me remind myself what it is. Oh, it's a Kubernetes management tool. So we don't use Rancher. We use kind of some homegrown stuff through Terraform to manage our Kubernetes clusters. Oh yeah, Lyft is moving to Kubernetes. We're currently in like a hybrid 3 different deploy style situation, where our production is what we call V2, which is essentially auto-scaling groups and running mutation-based deploys directly on the Amazon VMs. And then we have our Kubernetes deployment, which is pretty standard Kubernetes. I mean, there's some special infra that Lyft has written for like service mesh and stuff around Envoy and those sorts of things. And then we have the development stack, which is a failed containerization setup that never made it past development, but improved development enough that it didn't get reverted back to V2. Which is this homegrown tool called Control. It does essentially Docker container management, but not very well. Part of the reason that it didn't make it to production is it never had like the observability portions, and it was overdue and under-delivered, and so the project was scrapped, but my team now maintains it, which is... I mean, it's a struggle, because there's like the failure domains that we have to deal with that, in theory, like would be hand-waved away if we were using Kubernetes. It's just like insane. So like there's often lots of crazy failure domains and like not enough observability to know what's going on, and oh, it's messy. But what it looks like here from this test, and what I'm missing, is that import errors in load should be exposed all the way to pytest, but they're currently not. And I think I intentionally made that the case in Pluggy, and so that was probably a mistake. Yeah, it looks like this import error and attribute error should not be skipped here. Let's see if the test still pass here. Wow, I'm in a very similar boat to you, except a much smaller organization. I mean, technically it was smaller when I joined. It's like when I joined Lyft, there were about 350 developers, and now we're close to 1,000. I guess a similar thing happened when I joined Yelp. Like when I joined Yelp, I was 115 engineers, and when I left, it was like 600 or so. But yeah, you'll get big eventually. 12 engineers. Yeah, that's a. Ooh, man, there's 12 people on just my team. Like, it grows quickly. Yeah, let's see if fixing that fixes this test. Expose the import error to a caller. Oh, I spelled typoed. Git commit dash amend. Yeah, that made the test pass, so I guess this is the right way to do it. Git push hastily head. Everything is so relative, yeah. I mean, even 12 can feel big depending on the project that you're working on. I know. I know I've worked on projects where it's like, wow, there are 6 people on this project. That's too many people. But yes, let's continue through these tests. Hopefully the rest will pass, although I assume I'll run into more things that have problems. Entry points. Kind of annoying that I have to do these one at a time, but I don't really want to run the full test suite because it's kind of slow. Even though I'm eventually running basically the whole test suite. But if I go file by file, at least when I find the errors, I can just fix them. Monkey patch. Nodes. So kind of funny thing about pytest is we install this hypothesis plugin, but we only use it for like one test in our entire test suite, but it gets loaded all the time. And unfortunately, hypothesis has kind of a slow import time, so every one of these tests is slightly slower for almost no reason. But you know, what are you gonna do? Wow, a lot of those tests get skipped. I wonder why. Oh, because I don't have pexpect installed. Makes sense. Plugin manager. This one's gonna fail, right? Nope. That's good. PyTester is one of the ones that I changed, so it's good that that one passed. Recorn. Reports. Result log. Runner.py. Oops. It was too soon, so the terminal escapes showed up there. Runner X unit. Just looking good. Famous last words. Session, skipping. Stepwise. Terminal. I wonder if I can run more than one of these at the same time. Testing unit test. Oh, it's test unit test. Test warnings. Can I run 3 files at once? I can. I should have just done that. Oh well. Rip me, I guess. Oh, I guess I need to run these sedders also. Warnings? Interesting. I thought this would have triggered a failure, but I don't know. Oh, typo. Alright, so this should handle... Oh, it's examples. Oh no. What happened here? Where is pytest.usage error hello? Maybe I'm not supposed to include this one. What's up, Crossbow, for the follow? Every follow counts. Whoa, that did in English. I meant to say, what's up, Crossbow? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. So now you get it twice. I promise I know how to talk Englishes. These are all passing so far, which is good. yeah, now that you think about it, you're kind of right. My background music does kind of sound like Minecraft music. Oh, it passes. Why did this test pass? It's still using package resources. Let me fix that up. Test disable plugin autoload. Dummy entry point returns sys.modules. Self.name. So I should actually write this out as before. Entry points is dummy entry point. I don't know why this is adders. Don't need adders there. I think that should work now. Although it didn't fail, so I'm a little sus about this test, but... No testing... Dummy entry point has no attribute group. Group equals pytest 11. Confused. Alright. Oh well. Fine. Fix my strings black. Go for it. But yeah, if you haven't seen my streams before, this output here comes from precommit. And so precommit is combining together a bunch of different linters and code formatters and other stuff to basically ensure consistent style across the code base. And so like in this case, like black is a code formatter that makes all of the code look in a very specific way. We also use things like these tools, like trailing whitespace to get rid of unnecessary whitespace at the end of lines. Fix end of files to make sure a file ends in a new line. Make sure we have valid YAML. Make sure our docs are formatted properly. Make sure we don't check in debug statements. Python linting via Flake 8. We also have an import reorder. PyUpgrade, which I've streamed about a bunch of times, which is a syntax upgrading tool. We also double check our RST and make sure that it's named properly. And make sure that we don't regress on deprecating the Py library. Hey, what's up, Shoddy? How's your Saturday? Happy early Easter to you too. Happy belated 420, right? Okay, so this is passing all the tests now, so I guess it's no longer a work in progress, although, now that it, yeah, no longer work in progress, I guess? Tank blaze it or something. Yeah, get that purple haze or whatever the kids are saying these days. Few tests are failing. Figure out what to do with this. What you're making? I'm making pytest fast. I pushed to the wrong branch. This is the problem with having push to both the upstream and my own repo, is I pushed the wrong place. Which is why I got pinged in IRC. I meant to push to Acetilly head and not pytest's head. But yeah, I got pinged in IRC. It's great. This is now passing all of the tests, however it requires the PR pluggy linked above. Here's some difference in performance while using this branch. Before and after. So how did I do this before? I think I cloned a repo that had a bunch of dependencies to really emphasize how different it was. Yelp/pasta, which is the one that... This is Yelp's framework around Mesos for doing their service deployment, although I think it also manages Kubernetes clusters now as well. But I use it as my testbed for a lot of stuff because it has a lot of code and a lot of dependencies. And sometimes a lot of bad code. So like I usually test out my linters against this repository because it's a pretty good one to test against. Because it has a lot of code there. For instance, like I can show you one of my linters that I wrote recently, or contributed to recently. Git clone Acetilly/pyflakes. So pyflakes is one of the main linters that goes into Flake 8, and I made a new feature such that string formatting gets linted more strictly. But if we run pyflakes on pasta, what is their code? Tests and pasta/pasta tools. We should see. Well, these are always gonna happen, but these are new from my tool. So like this format string here, if we look at it on 288, this format string here is not using this variable despite it being attempted to be formatted in. There's a bunch of other lints that it exposed, but I use this repo to kind of try things out there. Let me get a baseline measurement first. PyTest help. Let's see, time, PyTest help. Async IO upgrade. Get it to where it's not crashing first. Warning, could not load initial conf tests. Let's actually just delete the tests. Like, usually do best of 5. Let's do best of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Best of 5. Really bothering me that this box wiggles every time I type something. Thanks, GitHub. Guess I can put this on its own line. So a lot of things installed. What the hell? I thought that app ran on 780 kilobytes with Qt, which is impossible. Not sure which app you're referring to, but that seems pretty small, I guess. For best of 5. After, again, best of 5. Pip uninstall pluggy. And pip uninstall pytest. And then we'll install our versions of this. Pluggy. And in theory, this should make things faster. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be pretty sad. One, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, so not quite the 300 milliseconds I expected to save, but it is certainly faster. I mean, that's a pretty good improvement. Not something to laugh at. So let's see, 437 divided by 555. So a 21 and change percent improvement. But like 20% on startup is a pretty big deal, I guess. Oh, I was gonna console format this other one. But anyway, that's that. These tests are gonna fail here because they're not installing the latest version of Pluggy. But nothing really I can do about that. Other than having someone trust that I actually ran the tests. I guess one other thing that I should test here is the other user of Pluggy. See if Tox is okay with this. Although Tox's tests are so slow, so we're not going to do that. Never mind. I'll do that offline. I don't want to sit through that test suite. Wait, why is this failing? Windows. No module named import lib metadata. What? It's not core dumping. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Audacity or Audacious. Not core dumping anymore. I purged the app install. Nice. Now I understand what you were talking about. What is going on here? Why are you trying to import lib metadata here? Oh, I see. Huh. Oh, what a shit show. So it's trying to import pluggy from the current working directory. Installed collected packages. Something setting Python path? Is that what's going on? I'm quite confused why this is a problem here, but not on Travis CI, which should be doing almost exactly the same thing. Like this still does pip install setup tools, or pip install talks, and then runs it. Is the difference that it's using Python-m talks and not just talks? Let's try and fix it, I guess. This would fix it, I guess. Oh hey, did you hear about the guy whose last name is Null? I've heard a lot of like null last name stories. Let's see, Mr. Null Programming. Hello, I'm Mr. Null. My name makes me invisible to computers. Yeah, this is the article I've seen. My last name is Null, and it comes preloaded with entertainment value. What an unfortunate name. I made it look like Foobar a bit. Oh. Looks like it's working now, at least. I actually need to find like a better music player for Linux. I'm currently using VLC, which kind of works, but it's a little bit janky. It's enough that I can like get by. But this looks nice. See if this fixes things. Find out. Yeah, my GitHub page takes so long to load, and I'm real sad about it. I sent an email to them that was like, hey guys, my profile takes forever to load, and sometimes just times out. Can you fix it, please? And they're like, oh, we didn't notice, but we'll try and fix it. But it has not improved. At least sometimes it loads, I guess. Could be way worse. Okay, let's see if this is doing any better than last time. You should set your status. I refuse to participate in that part of GitHub. I'm gonna leave my status blank forever. Because I don't see why this is a useful field on GitHub. Like, all I've seen it for is, like, people being snarky. And, fight the power, yeah. Fuck your features, I'm gonna live my own world. I tried with NPD, there was an ncurses app written in C++ that I wanted to use as a client, but I couldn't get it to compile. I know that feel. Ooh. This looks similar. But GitHub is for social coding. Yeah. That said, like, I'm pretty sure I check GitHub more often than I check Facebook or Twitter or, like, anything else. Although then again, my Twitter is just, like, for me to shill my software. But I, like, actually read through my feed and, like, check out people that star my stuff. Like, who are you? Why did you star my thing? I guess it's because you're on vacation. But you're in San Francisco. You work at Switch. What is this? Oh, it's not a website that exists. Why would you link a website that doesn't exist? But anyway, I spent a lot of time on GitHub, so apparently that patch was enough to fix it. LMAO, a link to a site that doesn't exist. Sounds like my portfolio. Yeah, maybe I would do better if I did that, because right now mine just goes to my website from 2012, which, like, there's parts of it that are accurate. There's also dead links, I'm pretty sure. I fixed the links. This is oh, it's not a dead link, it's just an empty page. Like, whoops, I guess. And this has a photo of me from 2010? Yeah, this is right after, yeah. In a Minecraft shirt. It's perfect. It does exist, you just have to think it into existence. Yeah, my portfolio site has a contact form that doesn't work, and I think it still says you're learning PHP. Yikes. Domain name and a persistent IP. Sounds expensive. Yeah, well, this is actually pretty easy to set up. Or, I mean, it used to be hosted on GoDaddy, which they were, like, charging me more and more money each year, and eventually I was like, fuck that. I don't want to pay your scaling company. And so now this is on GitHub pages. Let's see, Acetilli, AnthonySatilli.com. It was originally PHP, and I was like, I could just, like, straight port it and run PHP from the command line, but instead I just converted it into Cheetah templates, which Yelp Cheetah templates more accurately, which is basically a Python-like templating language that has context manager support, which is great. But then it just renders in Travis CI and pushes to GitHub pages. So this is GitHub pages served through Cloudflare, so that's how I have HTTPS, and it works pretty well. Why would you learn PHP? I'm not. I just impulse put it, need to remove it. Yeah, I don't know that people want to learn PHP. I think people write PHP not by choice nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, I look at GitHub all the time. Like, on my phone, let's see. I think my first suggested word for any text that I type is I, and then the second word is GitHub. Oh no, it's I, and GitHub.com. I don't know that you guys can see that, but it's there. Because GitHub is life, right? But yeah, I don't really have anything else to work on right now. I guess I could find something on my to-do list. Let's see, let me look at that. I haven't looked at it in a while. Scratch. Wiki. Open source to do. I saw a Reddit post a while ago that was along the lines of an AMA. The question, what was the most fucked up thing you did for money? And one of the answers was code in PHP. Yeah. Check out CMUS. Alright, what's CMUS? CMUS is a small, fast, and powerful console music player for Unix-like operating systems. Sounds interesting. Feel like the one. Let's see. Well, let me look at the feature list. The one thing that I need it to support is responding to the play pause key. That's like all. That's my bottom line thing that I need from a music player. If I can't do that, then I will sad face. What does this music player talk about? Oh, I run Linux at work, and the music player I use at work is VLC, and it's pretty crappy. It supports the one thing that I need it to do, though, but I wish there was one that was slightly easier to get started with, because right now I have to, like, open up VLC, remember to click on my playlist, then remember to click on a song in the playlist, then remember to turn on shuffle, and then press play. Otherwise, nothing works. Doesn't Spotify work on Linux? I mean, yeah, through like the browser. But I'm old school and purchase my music and listen to the same 400 songs. Could that be scripted? Probably. Do I have VLC on here? VLC. No. No, I do not. I have the code that configures it, though. Yeah, so if it's not a virtual machine, I install VLC, Vagrant, and VirtualBox. And I just ensure the package. Is that really how simple it is? Is VLC in main? Appcache show VLC. Huh, I guess it's in universe. Interesting. But anyway, that's what I use for now. Documentation. Oh, C music player. Oh, clever. That's clever. Is it mostly C? I guess so. Yeah, 90%. A little bit of C++. Probably vendored stuff. Why wouldn't VLC be in the main repo? I don't know, because they have separate downloads. I feel like... I don't know, it might even get removed from Ubuntu eventually, because the way they install it on Linux is Ubuntu. Yeah, like they have it in the Snap store now, which is like, bleh. Why are only one of these marked as LTS? These are both LTSs. Yeah. Snap Store, yeah, it's Ubuntu's new, like, janky ass package management thing that kind of installs things outside of apt to a different namespace so they don't collide and break your system. It allows you to kind of install unstable software. I try and not use Snap as much as possible. Hey, what's up? How's your Saturday going? Oh god, no, please, I don't need to use Snapd, let alone have it on my computer. Yeah, I think I still have it installed. Yeah, apparently I still have it. Snap list. These are the things I have installed with Snap. I don't know that I need them, but I might be able to remove them. I have a question, yeah. Send your question, I'm happy to answer. Snap is containerization, a little like Docker, Jails, or Shroot. Huh, I didn't know that. How does Snap work? FB. Did not mean to open you in a new window. Links. Snappy, the package manager. Not to be confused with Snappy, the wire protocol. I'm writing to a file from a URL and closing it. How can I read from it again in another function? Sure, so I can show you an example of that. I assume this is Python. Just make a little program here that's going to demonstrate this. So let's say we want to download download URL to file. Let's do Unicode snowman for you.com to F, and then we want to print file contents of F. And we're going to start with these doing nothing, and we'll fill in the implementation in a second. urlib.request. I'm going to use it here, so shush. Too many blank lines, not enough blank lines, okay. So cd to temp. And so if we run this right now, it should do nothing, which is to be expected. So let's download the URL, and then we'll write the contents to this file. So f.write. We have to read the entire response body, so we're getting that out of the response object here. And urlib will return us bytes, so we have to turn it into text in order to write it to a text file, which is what we have here. A textual file. So we've opened this in writing mode, which defaults to non-binary writing in Python 3. That'll get us to write to the file. So naively, you would think like, oh, I could just do print f.read, and that would give me the contents here. But if we run that, it's gonna tell us that it's not readable. Wait, that's surprising. Not what I expected. Usually the fix is to seek to the beginning of the file and then work. Do I need W+ for seekable mode? Not readable. Okay, that works. It's not what I expected here. But it is how it works anyway. So W+ enables writing and reading. W+ mode, Python, let's see, Python 3 open, built-in functions, open, plus open a disk for updating, reading, and writing. So in W mode it only opens for writing, but W+ you can read into it. So we open up for reading, we download the file to here. I would probably do f.seek here to set at the beginning of the file, and then you can read out of the file there. And if you only want particular lines, you could do like for line F if this is in line. Thank you, the Code Logic, for following. Every follow counts. Range line and equals this. So like if we only wanted to get lines that have the snowman in it, we could do that. Now, do they not do it that way? Oh, they do it like this. Fine. If the ampersand pound is in the line, we will print that line. So now we get this line here. So that would allow you to read just a particular line. Does that answer your question? The magic bit is if you write to a file, you're progressing forward your file pointer. And so in order to read from it again, you need to go back to the beginning of the file to read it. Otherwise, you're just reading from the end of the file, and there's nothing there to read. So you're kind of done at that point. Yeah, hope that answered your question. Looks like this passed. Where is it? I just got an email about it. Nope, not that one. This one. Yay, it's passing tests now. So pretty cool. Pretty happy about that. But anyway, oh boy, I've been streaming for over 5 hours. I think I might sign off, because it's been quite a while. I'm stuck in dependency installation hell. Oh no, what are you trying to install? Node modules. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't help you with that. Oh, I see. So it looks like Snap mostly uses RPath to sneakily throw or like make things linkable, maybe. Is it just a massive install? Yeah, that's how Snap works. From what I can tell. Universal Linux packages. Yeah, so they probably just like vendor in all of the dependencies, which like, works, I guess. It's like the same way that kind of like Condo works. Oh, that was for Sandlordium. Oh, okay, yeah. Equally applicable, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna wind down here. So let me do my spiel, and then I'll find someone to raid. But thank you guys all for stopping by. If you missed any part of the stream today, you can always catch it on YouTube. And that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I usually upload the stream within a day of streaming. And if you want to catch previous streams, that's where they're at. If you want to watch one that I particularly liked, this one here was pretty good. This on April 10th or whatever. I basically I had good intentions, but ended up mostly just talking a lot about all sorts of cool things. Didn't write very much code, but that was a good stream, so if you want to check that one out. If you want to get notified about streams, follow me here or follow me on Twitter. I usually announce the streams an hour before I go live on Twitter. My Twitter is twitter.com/codewithanthony. I don't really post much else on Twitter though. It's mostly just like, hey, I'm streaming, or hey, here's some software I wrote. So I don't know. Twitter's not that great of a platform for me. But anyway, that's all I've got for today. Let me go find someone to raid.